Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Today is Tuesday, September 15, 2020, regular City Council meeting. Due to COVID-19 pandemic emergency, we have to continue to handle our City Council meeting much different than we usually do for the protection of the staff and the protection of the public. Now I'm going to ask our city manager, Mr. Hines, give us a brief explanation to the public regarding this. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening. This meeting of the Galt City Council is being conducted by teleconference/video conference in compliance with the state and county stay-at-home orders, and as allowed by the governor's executive order N-29-20. This executive order allows for the deviation of teleconference rules required by the Brown Act. Members of the public will see the council members and city staff who are appearing via remote video/teleconference connections. City council meetings will be held by teleconference or video conference only until further notice.
Nick, can you mute Amy or anybody else not muted?
Okay. Today's agenda states that rather than attending in person, residents may submit written public comments via email to pubcom@cityofgalt.org prior to the council meeting. Any written comments that were received will be read out loud during the city council meeting by the city clerk on the appropriate agenda item, subject to the customary 5-minute time limit. We will try to check the email for additional public comments during the meeting if feasible. We are also using a new webinar format that allows the public to provide live public comment using the Zoom webinar feature. Members of the public may use the link to enter the webinar as attendees. They should also be able to use the raise their hand option in the Zoom webinar to let us know if they would like to speak, and should do so when the mayor announces the time for general public comment or when a specific agenda item is called, if your comment concerns an agenda item. We request, as we typically do at a typical in-person council meetings, that speakers provide their name and address when they are called on to speak, and their line will then be unmuted. Attendees should also see a lower hand feature if they change their minds and do not want to speak. If you do not see these features in the Zoom module, you are using a software that's not up to date, or because of another technical issue on the user's end. And Mayor, that concludes my comments for now.
Thank you. Call the meeting in order. Tina, may I have a roll call, please?
Vice Mayor Lozano,
Aye.
Councilmember Farmer,
Here.
Councilmember Campion,
Here.
Councilmember Lamson,
Here.
Mayor Sandu.
Here. And now I would like to ask for rise for the silent prayer and flag salute. I also like to ask, Police Chief Sakman FCA can lead us on Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Tina, may I have a replay statement, please?
This meeting of the Galt City Council will be cablecast on Metro Cable 14, the local government affairs channel on the Comcast Consolidated Communications and AT&T Uverse cable systems. The meeting is closed caption and webcast at www.sacmetrocable.tv. Today's meeting will air Friday, September 18th at 9 a.m. and Saturday, September 19th at 9 a.m. A DVD copy is available for checkout from any library branch.
Thank you. Next agenda item is council, any agenda approval, addition or deletion?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to pull item F4, please.
F4. Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I don't have the item in front of me because can't get the packet up at the same time as the agenda. I'm struggling with that at the moment, but I wanted to pull the gun range renewal. I don't know which item that was.
I think that's
F5.
F5.
F5. Thank you. F5 then. Thank you.
All right, thank you. There is no presentation. Then I may have public comments.
Under Government Code Section 54954.3, members of the public may address the City Council on non-agenda items. The public comment section is for the City Council to receive comments, except for brief responses to questions. No discussion or action may be taken on any item that is not listed on the agenda. Please limit comments to a maximum of 5 minutes. Due to the statewide emergency and social distancing guidelines, public comments may be submitted via email to pubcom@cityofgalt.org and will be read out loud subject to the customary 5-minute time limitation. Also, members of the public may participate electronically via https://us0to web.zoom.us/j//web/881-822-07439, webinar ID 881-822-07439. I do have a few comments on non-agenda items.
Yeah, go ahead.
The first one is from Jessica Fang. My name, Jessica Fang. I'd like to express my feeling about Proposition 16 and urge anyone who discuss racial discrimination to vote against it on November 3rd. Proposition 16 is against the law and is legalizing discrimination. Please help to stop discrimination of any race in our community and in our state. I believe we should treat everyone equally, give every person, contractor the opportunity to become successful in this great state. Vote no on Prop 16. Next is from Catherine Harper. You are busy, so I will keep this brief. The grass fields in Galt have been locked to the public for 6 months since the start of COVID-19. This has significantly impacted my family's quality of life since we don't have a big yard. Walker Park Soccer Field at Greer Basin were our spots to play with lots of space. I have been in contact with Mr. Solis, and he has told me that county regulations forbid the use of fields. On September 1, we observed over 150 people practicing soccer on the Walker Park grass field. However, it has been locked whenever it's not in use by that big group. Mr. Solis explained to me that the public is still not allowed to use the field in family groups, and that since sports conditioning is allowed, big groups that pay to rent the field can use it only. I am having a hard time understanding how it's safe to conduct large practices with people from different households, but it's not safe for it to be open for public use. To add to the confusion, there's a sign at Harvey Park that states the fields are open to family units only, which has not been our experience. I strongly object to this double standard of gigantic unrelated groups versus families. While we may not pay directly to rent the soccer field, our taxes from being Galt residents the past 11 years have gone into the construction and upkeep of this public park, and we would like to use it with our children. This has been a terribly difficult time for families with young kids, and we are weary of being denied the use of taxpayer-funded property. Next is from Davis Liu. My name is Davis Liu. I'm writing this to express my strong opposition to Prop 16. Proposition 16 uses race to judge the qualification of applicants to school, to a job, etc. This is textbook definition of racism, pure and simple. If it is passed, how far will we slide down the slippery, dangerous slope? What's next? Set racial quotas for elected positions, set racial quotas for NBA and NFL, set racial quotas for TV anchors. Please join us and vote no against Proposition 16. Next is Bo Yang. As the election season is coming up, I would like to draw your attention to Proposition 16, which is about government preferences. The California Constitution says, A, the state shall not discriminate against or grant preferential treatment to any individual or group on the basis of race, sex, color, ethnicity, or national origin in the operation of public employment, public education, or public contracting. Proposition 16 will strike out and eliminate this language from the California Constitution. No substitute is provided. However, the summary being put forth to voters is this: allows diversity as a factor in public employment, education, and contracting decisions. Legislative constitutional amendment. If diversity is a goal, according to the summary, why eliminate the Constitution that says you cannot benefit one race, gender over another? Why not propose a proposition that says it? If you specifically benefit one race, gender over another, isn't that discrimination? Some people say that this proposition will hurt one or two races specifically because of their higher performances in college admissions, which I don't agree. In the long run, it hurts everyone, and it hurts our state because Prop 16 will eliminate equal opportunity and fair competition, which made California one of the most prosperous and diversified states in the whole country. Therefore, please take the time to read everything this year and be an informed voter. I also urge the City Council to take a position to oppose Proposition 16. Prop 16 will legalize discrimination and waste tax money to fund the bureaucracy. Our city doesn't need it. California doesn't need it. Next is Caroline Chen. My name is Caroline Chen. I'd like to let the City Council know that we should not pass Proposition 16 this November. Prop 16 is going to legalize inequality and injustice. While the protesters on streets are protesting against discrimination, the California State Assembly and California State Senate sneakily managed to put this discriminatory proposition on November ballot while we are busy and struggling to fight the COVID-19 pandemic. Instead of encouraging and awarding hard work and merit, this proposition punished the hardworking person by depriving their opportunity to go to college and get good jobs simply because of their skin color. Merit and academic achievement become nothing in front of skin color if Prop 16 is passed. And for sure, we know the severe consequences that will bring to this country, in addition to extremely unfair treatment to the group of people discriminated by this proposition. This country is a great land of opportunity for everyone. It is so precious to all of us. We want to keep this county great. We want to have equal opportunity for all. The people had said no to SCA 5 in 2014, and we now need to say no again in November to stop this racist proposition from becoming a law. We really appreciate your attention and effort to prevent this discriminatory proposition from becoming a law. And that's it for non-agenda items for me.
Thank you, Rose. Anybody on
There
online?
are currently no hands raised on the attendee side.
And there is no hand raised on the phone, right?
That is correct.
Thank you. I would like to thank you. Everybody make a public comment. The only thing I like to ask Mr. Slees, if you want to, what's on that parking opening, have something, make a comment, kind of double standard. Can you might give us a brief or what's going on?
Sure. The state and county have approved physical training for groups, day camps. So we've opened our controlled facilities to them under the direction of those guidelines. They've submitted plans adhering to those guidelines. And then they are closed to the public. They're controlled sports facilities and are not normally open to the one that is open to the public is the Walker artificial turf, and it's open on Sundays to the public. But with everything going on right now, we keep that closed. We also keep Greer Basin closed because we are concerned that people will play games, gather, and but all the parks open areas are open to the public to gather and use. They are not prohibited from using them.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Solis. Council member, anybody have a quick comment? If not, I'm going to move the next agenda item. Reports by council member on regional board, commission, and committee. Vice Mayor Lozano.
Yeah, no real reports, just a reminder that I'll be involved in a SACOG meeting on Thursday from 9 to noon. And the big topic is going to be the allocation funding mechanism like we had brought up last month. And so I appreciate Mr. Selling and his work on this again. We'll take another crack at it and see what happens, but I'll certainly report back out at the next meeting.
Thank you. Council member Campion.
Nothing to report tonight. Thank you.
Council member Lamson.
Hi, yes, we had a youth commission meeting last night. We did not have it on the first Monday because that was Labor Day. And hate to sound like a broken record, but the youth commission is still looking for mentors to help. So if you are active in the community or want to be active and would like to work with some of the most inspiring youth I've ever met, put in an application to help with the youth commission. We working on some community projects. We've adopted Lincoln Way as a place for us to clean up, and we're working with the city manager to see when we will be able to start cleaning up again and still follow the government's rules and regulations on social distancing and getting together. Working on a pen pal project, some random acts of kindness, and we're also working with the city to provide a drive-in movie date, we're hoping. So that's what we covered last night. And then Council or Vice Mayor Lozano and City Manager Lorenzo and I attended the CSD board meeting last week or week before, and it is National Firefighters Month. How ironic how many fires we've had, and they've all been out. So none of the firefighters could actually come to be honored because they were out on a big fire. But I just want to say to all the firefighters out there that we appreciate you and all the fires you're fighting. It's just being away from your families and risking your lives to save our homes and our forests. We just really appreciate that. That's all I have.
Council member Farmer. Council member Farmer, are you on mute?
Yeah, my space bar is not working for my unmute. I don't have anything to report as far as any formal meetings, but I just want to echo real quick what Councilman Lamson said about our firemen and the people from Galt PD that have been helping out in those areas. So thanks.
Thank you. I don't have anything to report. Tomorrow we have a Sacramento Transportation Authority meeting. I will report to our next council meeting. Thank you. So next agenda item is information consent calendar. You know, it's a little bit tricky, bear with me. On the information consent calendar, there is item number F7. I need to recuse myself from participating item number 7 as I own a real estate property located at 10684 Simmerhorn address, which is within the proposed annex area. Based on this, I have a conflict of interest and will recuse myself from the consent item. Because the item is on consent, I'm not required to leave the room, but my vote will be as to balance the consent agenda item F number 1, 2, 3, 6, and 7 only, except the item number F4 and item number F5 is already allowed for the discussion.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes,
I do have a public comment on item F7.
okay, go ahead.
This is from,
If we have a public comment, then we should probably pull the item and follow the usual recusal steps where then we can hand it over to Mayor Lozano. So why don't we do number 7, then after item 5.
So we're going to,
If we could have maybe perhaps an amended motion as to the consent items 1 through 3 and 6.
okay, all right. Approve the consent calendar item F 1, 2, 3, and 6.
So moved.
Moved by Council Member Campion,
Second,
second by Council Member Lamson. Tina, may I have a roll call vote, please?
Vice Mayor Lozano,
Aye.
Councilmember Farmer,
Aye.
Councilmember Campion,
Aye.
Councilmember Lamson,
aye.
Mayor Sandu.
Aye. Motion passes with 5-0. Thank you. Now we're just going to discuss the item number F4. Planning Commission Annual Report for 2019-2020. Council Member Campion.
Yeah, this was just a question. Usually the annual reports by the various committees are given by the chairman. Is the chairman not available, or is this a new procedure, or what are we doing?
Craig, you want to answer that?
Sure. Keith Jones is on the line and he will be giving that presentation. Normally this does go under presentations. Sorry, I added it to consent, but Keith Jones is here tonight. He's had a very busy year as chair of the Planning Commission. So we look forward to his presentation.
Thank you.
Do you want me to give the presentation now?
Yes, go ahead, Keith.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Keith Jones, and I am the chair of the Galt Planning Commission. It is my pleasure to present the council with the Planning Commission Annual Report for the fiscal year of 2019-2020. This report outlines the commission's responsibilities and activities. The Planning Commission plays a vital role in ensuring the continued growth and success of the city of Galt by taking action on a variety of development applications and guaranteeing that the integrity of the city's general plan is maintained and the city ordinances are complied with. The Planning Commission makes decisions on entitlements such as subdivision maps, design review, use permits, and variances. The commission will also make recommendations to the city council on amendments to the general plan and development code. The Planning Commission worked on a number of high-profile projects this year, including the 87-unit Cordozo 2 subdivision, the Dry Creek Oaks Senior Development Project design, the minor use permit for Galt 24-hour storage, and conditional use permit for Dutch Brothers. We also approved a tentative subdivision map extension for the Cedar Flats Estates and design review for the 2nd Street apartment project. In addition, the Planning Commission made recommendations to the City Council to approve a resolution for electronic billboard on Fairway Drive. The Planning Commission also approved the annual CIP general plan conformance check and recommended approval of the annual general plan and housing elements progress report. We at the Planning Commission appreciate the opportunity to work with the staff and dive into the development projects as well as the general plan and the ordinance amendments. The Planning Commission does not hesitate to roll up our sleeves and get into work to help our projects work for Galt. I'd like to thank my fellow current commissioners for their efforts. Vice Chair Mark Cruz, Kevin Papineau, Matthew Pratton, and I would also like to take a moment to remember Leanne McFadden, who passed away this year. Leanne served her final Planning Commission meeting November 14th, 2019. That concludes the Planning Commission report to council. I'd like to thank the council and for the opportunity to serve the community and provide this report. And if you have any questions, let me know.
Thank you, Keith Jones, the chair of the Planning Commission. Thank you for your time and effort.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
All right, next agenda item is F5. The gun range facility use agreement with the California Department of Correction and Rehabilitation. Council member Farmer.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't really have any concerns with the renewal of the contract. I know this is something that all of us basically helped put together last year, and or actually it might have even been in late 18. But I know it's a good lucrative contract for the city. It's very helpful. I just only had a question regarding, and I might have had this number early on, but I wasn't able to find it for the meeting. But and maybe Armando, you could help answer this, or Mr. Hines. But what is our projected overhead cost on maintaining? I know it's a $300,000 per year contract to the city, but what do we estimate our overhead is on that contract?
So the M&O cost for the upkeep of the ranges, which is both ranges, our west range, which is the 100 lanes, and then the 50-yard lane of the east range. It's under $10,000, which includes a lot of things: portable toilets, testing for the lead, landscaping. So depending on what year we're doing that, it's between $5,000 and $10,000.
Okay. And then, and so correct me if I'm wrong, this increase was built into the original. It was like 200 something, and then it was automatically bumped up. The 300 or did we renegotiate this for this year or for the next 3 years?
No, the $300,000. The $300,000 was the final year of the last contract. What we did is we extended the backdrop wall another, I believe it was 50 feet, so they could use that third lane as a 100-yard lane. So dollars.
Okay. And then my last question.
We felt $300,000 reasonable.
Yeah, no, it's like I said, I believe it's a good contract for us, for both parties. My last question is, remind me again, the funding for this goes into the gun range fund. I think it's Fund 8 or not.
Yeah, Fund 8.
Okay. Well, what is that funding used for specifically, or just ballpark?
I think I will have to ask Claire to answer that question.
Sure, good evening. That fund is a special revenue fund of the general fund. It's used for, as Mr. Solis indicated, the direct costs. There's also indirect costs. It also makes available improvements to the sites. And then it is a special revenue fund to the general fund, so it can aid the general fund also.
Okay, so basically if the gross contract is 300 and we're spending say 10 to maintain it, and then there's some indirect costs, I get that, but let's just say it's 20,000, so roughly 280. I mean, we're so 280,000 give or take is in that fund, and that fund can be used for general fund purposes. That's what I'm trying to understand. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. I think that's the only questions I had. Thank you, Claire and Armando, for just touching on those points. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I would like to entertain a motion on item F4 or F5.
So moved.
Second.
Motion moved by Council Member Farmer, second by Vice Mayor Lozano. Now may I have a roll call vote, please?
Vice Mayor Lozano,
Aye.
Councilmember Farmer,
Aye.
Councilmember Campion,
Yes.
Councilmember Lamson,
Aye.
Mayor Sandu.
Aye. Motion passed by 5-0. Next item, F7. I already, I already give the statement. I'm going to recuse myself from this item. And now I would like to ask Vice Mayor Lozano if he can take over this item. And I'm going to leave the room with off everything. So I also would like to ask Mr. Hines, then that item done, if you can text me or something so I can rejoin the meeting. Thank you. Give me a second, sir.
No problem. Okay, I think we can get started. So I understand we have public comment for item F7, and Madam Clerk, if you could read that, I'd appreciate it.
This is from Randy Morton, Galt Fitness Pro. The concern from citizens, including myself, is the tiny size of the lots. I understand Elliott Homes are an amazing partner in our community and build wonderful communities, etc. I would like to see larger lot sizes so that people do not just move to Galt and move on. I like to see people stay in our community. The connection on both sides, the added park and school are all great. In my opinion, if we approve this, the lot size needs to be increased on at least 1/2 or 50% of this proposed community. And that's it.
Okay, and we have no other public comment. Ms. Rodeker, do we have anyone with their hands raised on this item?
No, we have nobody else on the attendee side with raised hands.
Okay, I will entertain a motion, or if there's any discussion, actually, the discussion by council members. Hearing and seeing none, I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
You have a motion by Councilmember Lamson and a second by Councilmember Campion. Roll call vote, please.
Vice Mayor Lozano,
Aye.
Councilmember Farmer,
Yes.
Councilmember Campion,
Yes.
Councilmember Lamson.
Aye.
Mr. City Manager, could you please invite Mayor Sandu back into the meeting, please?
I've just sent the mayor a text.
Excellent. And just give us a few minutes to the public and staff until Mr. Mayor can resume the meeting. Mr. Mayor, I'd like to turn the meeting back over to you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Hines. Send me a text message.
You're welcome, sir.
Okay, next agenda item is G, schedule matter notice of public hearing. The subject Summerfield at Twin City Road project. I think Mr. Hoffman.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. The item before you is another major project for the city of Galt. With me tonight to provide the PowerPoint presentation and overview of the project is Cindy Ganos with Brainy Planning and Management. We also have the project applicant, Brian Wilson, and his design team, with Tim Denham and Jeff Carpenter with Wood Rogers. I'd like to turn over the item to Cindy Ganos. We have a PowerPoint presentation for you, and I think we've tried to take an opportunity to expand this presentation to give a better overview and a thorough understanding of the project.
Thank you, Craig. You can go to the next slide, please. The proposed Summerfield project is located on the north side of Twin Cities Road where Marengo intersects. The site is outside the city limits, but within the city's sphere of influence. The requested entitlements include annexation, general plan amendment, pre-zone, and vesting subdivision maps. The development includes a 204-unit gated community with private streets. Next slide. Unlike the other annexations that the City Council has seen recently, this annexation is of a single parcel under one ownership. So there are not any non-participating properties. The annexation includes the entire 58-acre parcel into the city of Galt. LAFCO will need to approve the annexation, which also includes detachment from the Slough House Resource Conservation District, as well as the Galt Irrigation District. Should council approve the annexation, the next steps would be for the application to be submitted to LAFCO staff. LAFCO staff will review and comment on the application, but they will not schedule it for the hearing until the city and the county have negotiated and approved a tax sharing agreement. At that point, there's a public hearing before LAFCO, and if approved, the appropriate information is filed with the Board of Equalization, and that makes the annexation official. A typical process, and again, it's out of city control. It's based on the negotiations and the LAFCO timing, but it could be about 4 to 6 months. Next slide. The site is currently designated rural residential and commercial in the city's general plan. Because the site is in the county, there is no city zoning designation currently applied on the site. Based on the general plan designation, the property could accommodate about 14 rural residential units and a large commercial center with the existing designations. The applicant is requesting a general plan amendment to redesignate the site with 48 acres of low density residential, 2 acres of public, quasi-public, and 8 acres of open space. That encompasses, the open space encompasses a wetland area as well as a detention basin. Next slide. In terms of the modification from commercial to residential, staff is generally feels like there's enough commercial along Twin Cities Road at Highway 99 to offer opportunities well beyond the time frame of the general plan for 2020. So ultimately, this project needs to be reviewed based on the benefits to the community, and staff believes it provides a housing type and development style that Galt currently doesn't have with the gated and slightly larger lots. It's not the type of housing that's designated for affordable, but more of a move up opportunity. So this is a policy decision to be debated by the City Council, whether you prefer the current rural residential and commercial designations or the applicant's proposal of low density residential and open space. Next slide. This slide just shows you the existing 28 acres of rural res and commercial and the applicant's proposed area for low density residential. Next slide. As part of the annexation request, the city must designate zoning for the area. As I said, that there is no city zoning currently on the site. The proposed zoning designations for the site are maximum density single family residential, R1C plan development for the residential portion of the project, public quasi-public for the park, and open space for the wetland and detention basin areas. These designations are consistent with the general plan designations that the applicant is requesting, and the density of the proposed project overall is about 4.4 units per acre. Next slide. The applicant is requesting approval of two tentative maps. One is a large lot tentative map that creates larger parcels for the different phases and uses of the project. The other subdivides the site into 204 residential lots with a minimum lot size of 6,500 square feet, averaging over 7,200 square feet. The planned development designation is being requested to modify the development standards related to lot dimensions. All lots will still meet the 6,500 square foot minimum. However, several lots are less than 60 feet in width and are deeper to accommodate the 6,500 square foot minimum. Again, the applicant is going to provide more detail on the specifics of the tentative map request. But I want to note that before any homes are built on the site, that a design review application will need to be submitted for Planning Commission review. Next slide. The 204 residential lots is a reduction from the original 211 lots that went before the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission liked the idea of a gated community and requested that the area north of the park be increased to provide a minimum of 8,000 square foot lots to allow for more executive move-up housing opportunities. So that reduced the lot count by 7 lots. And this is just an alternate lotting study that the applicant was able to provide us between the Planning Commission and City Council hearing, and a condition of approval was applied by the Planning Commission to make sure the lots would be larger. Next slide. I'd also like to point out improvements on Twin Cities Road. The city is currently in the process of looking at the circulation element of the general plan while we're establishing a policy for vehicle miles traveled and updating transportation fees. But as part of that process, we're looking at what we might want Twin Cities Road to be in the future. The current general plan identifies it as a 6-lane expressway. There's a possibility that a 4-lane arterial is adequate, but because we haven't made a determination and a policy decision at the council level yet on that, the applicant has designed the tentative map to accommodate either alternative. If the ultimate Twin Cities 6-lane road does not occur, we just get more landscaping. So I think the city benefits either way from the way they've laid this out. Next slide. In terms of fiscal impacts to the city, annexation and future development could result in about $800,000 in property tax revenue to cover providing services. In addition, a condition of approval requires that the area annexed to the Public Services CFD that further offsets the cost of services. Also, the streets are proposed to be private, therefore the maintenance costs to the city are reduced. The general plan amendment does result in a reduction in commercially designated land. But as I noted previously, there's a lot of commercial land that's along Twin Cities and closer to Highway 99. And there's also a commercial land across the street approved as part of the Eastview specific plan. So we think that there's plenty of commercial and opportunities for sales tax revenue that this site won't be missed. Next slide. In terms of public outreach, we released the initial study for a 30-day public review period on May 29th. We received comments and incorporated them into, responded to them in your staff report and made some minor adjustments in an errata. And then on October 13th, a Zoom public hearing was held via Planning Commission, next slide, to receive feedback from both the commission and the public. The Planning Commission voted unanimously to recommend the City Council approve the project. The commission added a condition of approval A17 to require the developer to work with the Galt Elementary School District to mitigate the project's impact. In addition, as I noted previously, condition A18 modifies the lot sizes north of the park. Next slide.
Oh, and sorry, Cindy, before we move to the next slide, I would like to add to the applicant as well. We have heard from the Galt High School District, and they would like to have conversations with the development team as well about various funding needs that the high school district may have as well. Thank you.
So to conclude, staff and the Planning Commission recommend approval of the item with the actions shown on the slide before you. And the applicant has a presentation for you this evening, and following that, staff and the applicant are available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Council members, before we make a comment, can we ask the applicant?
What was your question, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, I think that now is the applicant explaining, right? Mr. Hubman.
Yes, tonight presenting on behalf of the Summerfield project, you have Brian Wilson, who's the project developer, with their design team, Tim Denham and Jeff Carpenter with Wood Rogers, and they're here tonight.
Okay, thank you.
Brian and Tim, you're available to talk if you want to unmute your mic.
Hi, yeah, this is
Okay, got it. Thank you.
there we go, Tim.
Yeah.
All right.
I had to unmute myself. I'm not used to that. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Timothy Denham, and I'm the planner, Wood Rogers, the planner, and then Jeff Carpenter is the principal civil engineer on the project. And we were also hired for landscape architecture services on this project. And, thank you for hearing our item tonight. I just wanted to touch on a few things. I think you have my PowerPoint show up good. The site, next slide, please, is located approximately one and a half miles east of Highway 99. It's not a going home corner for commercial, in that it's on the left-hand or north side of the street. And so it makes it difficult to access. So we think residential is the right use here. And so that's why we're proposing what we proposed. It is surrounded by AR2 to AR5 and AR20 to the north in the county, and to the west is Hawshalt Road, and to the east is Waller Road. If you can go to the next slide, that'll show that. And to the south east is the existing approved Eastview specific plan, which proposes commercial on that southerly corner across from our site. Next slide. So what we are proposing is a high quality gated community. We took comments to heart from the Planning Commission, and they asked that we lose a lot on either side of the mid-block Paseo. And so we're now at 204 lots. The alternative lotting study was presented by Cindy. We have a 1.29 acre private park and a 7.9 acre open space to the north. We are also asking for a planned unit development or PD permit to allow 15 lots to be less than 65 feet. That's the minimum width for the R1C. And so they're 1 to 2 feet narrower, but the lots are deeper, and all lots are a minimum of 6,500. And our average is actually about 7,800, quite a bit above that, because our lots are deeper. Next slide, please. This shows the illustrative plan. And as you can see, we have a gated entry. And as you continue north on Street A, that street will be unloaded, and we'll have a median and be well landscaped. And then it terminates on the Lot A Park, providing a very attractive entry. And then you continue through, you can see the mid-block Paseo. That concept is retained even with the larger lots to the north, and it connects to the open space. Next slide, please. This is the alternative lotting study that was provided, and that's required now as a condition of approval. And I won't go any further into that, other than we just lost a lot on either side of each run of the Paseo. Next slide, please. And this shows the remaining 15 lots that are 1 to 2 feet narrower than the minimum 65-foot width, and they are to the interior of the project. We tried to keep these situations to the inside of the project and then tried to leave some extra depth around the perimeter. So the lots are about 107 feet deep instead of the typical 65 by 105, or excuse me, 65 by 100. So trying to add a little depth around the perimeter to provide some buffer to the neighbors to the east and the west. Next slide, please. Cindy covered this pretty well. We're dedicating right away for a 6-lane divided roadway. We're hoping that isn't needed and it'll be a 4-lane divided roadway because that'll allow for much more of the landscaping to remain. Initially, the project would be built with 52 to 62 feet of landscaping. If it becomes a 4-lane divided roadway, you'll lose 2 lanes of that, so about 22 feet of that. So it'll go down to 40 feet. Next slide, please. This is kind of a zoom in of the neighborhood green space. We talked about how you can connect north-south. The plan has a modified grid layout to allow good connectivity. We have the open space and detention basin on the westerly portion, and then we are preserving some existing wetlands on the northerly portion of that open space, which provides about 100 to 250 feet of separation between the north property line and the project. Next slide. And this is a summary of the infrastructure systems. The brown line to the south on Twin Cities Road is a connection to, it's a force main connection to Park Terrace Drive. We have a sewer lift station, which will be screened with landscaping and a wall near the entry, but it'll be behind that wall. The site will gravity sewer to that lift station. And in the interim will be a force main that takes it 1,500 feet to the west. The ultimate solution is to connect to the sewer line that will eventually be built in Marengo Road, at which point that can be disconnected. In terms of water, a 12-inch water line is extended along the frontage of Twin Cities, and that allows us to provide looped water through our project. And then lastly, drainage. You can see the green arrows hopefully on our map, but generally everything drains naturally from the southerly portion of the property toward the north, where we capture everything in a basin and hold that and then slowly release it to the existing drainage ditch that continues to the northwest. Next slide, please. I think Cindy covered this already in terms of what we're proposing, so I'm not going to talk anymore about this one. Next slide. Next slide. There we go. So kind of in closing, we have heard some comments about perimeter fencing to the north, the northerly property line. There's an existing barbed wire fence there. We're okay with replacing that with perhaps a mesh fence with a barbed wire strand on top. The mesh it'll contain pets and animals. That's probably a better choice than barbed wire where they can get through. And to the east and west, where we abut neighbors, we could go with a wood fence. We heard the open view fence was a concern. We chose open view fence because we thought that would be more rural and maybe a softer edge, but would like to hear what your comments are on that. And then lastly, on the school fee, we could add that condition to have discussions with the high school district as well, going forward in good faith to get the resolution there. I will note that these homes are going to be quite a bit bigger than the homes on some of the other projects you've seen recently. And the fee is based on a per square foot basis. So, in some cases, we may be twice the amount per home than some of those projects, but I'm not sure we have twice the amount of kids. But it is what it is, and we'll continue to negotiate. And Brian, you can certainly weigh in if there's any other questions on that. And so with that, I'll conclude my presentation and hope that you'll support what I think will be a very high quality move up project for the city of Galt. I think, the second move up, empty nesters, established families, executives will probably like the security of a gated community. It has a lot of nice amenities. And lastly, we did agree to a condition to a homeowners association to maintain those streets and the interior park spaces. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brian. From the staff side, any other explanation regarding this project?
Sure, if I could, Mayor. There is a condition that you again see A17 in regard to negotiations with the Galt Joint Union Elementary School District. Staff would like to see a condition that mirrors that language in regard to the Galt High School District. This project does have an HOA. The frontage improvements along Twin Cities, all that landscaping, that wouldn't be taken care of as part of the HOA, but it would be taken care of as part of the CFD that is signed in as part of this project. So what I want to make sure that the council understands, the city is not paying for the maintenance on this project. It is being 100% borne by the project homeowners and developers. And again, if the council is agreeable, we would like to add a condition clarifying fencing along that eastern and western edge, as well as the fencing that would take place around the open space area. And that concludes my presentation. If there's any questions that the applicant or between Cindy and myself can answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hoffman. Thank you. In order to provide an equal opportunity for each council member to ask questions without everyone talking over one another, I will call the name of each council member. And then if they need a second time, certainly we can accommodate. And the other question I would like to ask the council, if they want to make a comment right now, or do you guys want to be open the public hearing and then after that?
Mr. Mayor, my vote would be to hear from the public first for me.
All right, everybody else agreed?
Yes, I'd like to hear from the public, please.
Sean, is it okay?
Yeah, that would be fine. I'll be fine with that.
So now I like to open the public hearing. So Tina, there is any public comment or any written comment?
Yes, I have public comment. The first one is from Ron Lautzenheiser. We request that the Galt City Council take a serious look at the proposed Summerfield at Twin Cities Road project and reject the proposed development due to the reasons outlined in this letter. The family signing below strongly disagree with the proposed annexation by the City of Galt and building of the proposed 211 resident subdivision on the north side of the Twin Cities Road, State Route 104. We want to note that we are very appreciative of the opportunity to meet with the mayor of the City of Galt, Mr. Paul Sandu, on September 7th, 2020, to discuss some of the issues addressed herein. Mr. Sandu was very generous with his time and listened to our concerns. The biggest question is, what is the need or drive for this particular project at this location? And does that override the needs of the existing rural development and longstanding intent of no high density development north of Twin Cities Road, State Route 104? Previous attempts to develop this area have been rejected by the County of Sacramento expressly to maintain the area's rural nature. The proposed project, if approved, will result in a landlocked sore thumb of development that is ultimately separated from the rest of the City of Galt by a 6-lane highway, State Route 104, at a very busy intersection. The project, as currently designed, will have insufficient and likely unsafe vehicular access, insufficient access or room for future development in adjacent parcels, insufficient recreational area in the subdivision, and unhappy owners both inside and outside the subdivision for numerous reasons. The annexation of property north of Twin Cities Road, State Route 104 is not necessary at this time and doesn't make sense in the orderly development of the City of Galt. There are currently 12 other projects calling for an additional 3,243 homes in the City of Galt. Except for Summerfield, these projects are all infill projects, developing properties already inside current city limits or large contiguous annexation projects. These annexation projects are extensions of the city in the direction of historically intended expansion east of the existing city limits between Dry Creek, on the south and Twin Cities Road, State Route 104 on the north, and adjacent to existing or proposed developments. Such development is organized, logical, and where land is being annexed, planned with sufficient access, recreational areas, and further room for expansion. This project is none of those. This project would result in a landlocked Sorthrum subdivision bordered to the east and west by already developed 2 to 5 acre residential parcels with no ability to expand. This annexation is an end run for the developer around the county's previous decision, which denied the rezoning of the same land from A5 to A2 for development, but does not make logical sense regarding long-term development for the city of Galt. As currently planned, a gated community with the only entrance located at a very busy intersection on a highway is not a wise idea. It will cause additional significant backup on adjacent streets and will likely cause additional accidents due to increased volumes and vehicles blocking the intersection trying to get into the gated subdivision. This is a very poor design choice at this location. With only one public entrance, it also has no accommodation for alternate safe access if the entrance is blocked by an accident or is under repair for some reason. The proposed fencing plan includes sound wall along the State Route 104 frontage, but for the remainder of the property boundary, it only has inferior fencing or barriers. These fencing plans are unacceptable for both the existing landowners and the proposed development. Other than the sound wall, the fencing plan does not provide sufficient privacy and or security. Conclusion, given the above, the Summerfield project should be stopped by the City Council. The project is unnecessary and unneeded, and at the proposed location doesn't fit the adjacent land use and development density, will result in a landlocked sore thumb of a project cut off from the rest of the city by a very busy highway, will not provide the recreational space required by the subdivision, will increase traffic and light pollution for the adjacent existing residents, likely result in unhappy neighbors, both existing and proposed, and impose undue burdens on the existing adjacent landowners due to lack of security and privacy due to the proposed development. If this project is indeed approved, despite the lack of need and fit, the following conditions of approval for the project are respectfully requested. These items were discussed with the developers on the morning of September 9th, 2020. The developers had originally proposed some of these items as part of the original development plan, or were open to incorporating these ideas into the project so it will better fit the existing land use and
The 5-minute time limit is up now. The 5-minute time limit has exceeded.
It's okay because there is, I think, that letter from some, including some other residents out there. Oh,
keep reading.
Yes.
So a better fit the existing land use and increase the safety and privacy of all parties involved. Changing the residential project type back to the intended use of agricultural residential property in this rural area, 2 to 5 acre ranchettes that will match existing adjacent rural property use similar to the development immediately to the west. Such use would not be expected to require the same level of buffering effort described below, given the better fit within the existing community. We understand from the developers that this was the original plan idea for this location before the City of Galt requested a higher density development instead. This type of development is much more palatable at this location than the proposed subdivision. Overall, a much buffer design between the proposed 211 home subdivision and the existing adjacent properties is required. We propose that such a buffer may include but not be limited to the landowners on the north and east sides at a minimum are requesting a solid sound wall sealing off the project from our adjacent properties to protect the adjacent agricultural residential properties from privacy loss, trespassers, damages, theft, and possibly injury lawsuits. The developers work with all adjacent individual landowners to come up with a fencing wall plan that meets the privacy and security needs of all the existing residents in the area. The fencing or wall along the north side of the property should be designed to prevent access from the subdivision residents into the wetland area and should be on the north side of any walking path or bike trail into the subdivision. The fencing locations on the fencing plan appear appropriate but the fencing wall types are not adequate at most locations. An increased landscaping effort that provides for significant planting of native trees around the subdivision boundary and proposed backyard areas along the wetland and detention basin boundary, etc. This will help shield the existing properties from the inevitable light pollution and noise generated by all new subdivisions. It will also help reduce noise, smells, and dust from existing farm animals and hunting and farming activities from affecting the new subdivision. The proposed bicycle lane in front of the subdivision is to be extended west to reach Waldo Road. A Caltrans approved bike path connecting Waldo Road to the proposed development frontage would allow for residents of Waldo Road have safe pedestrian bicycle access to the city of Galt as the roadway is increasingly impacted by proposed development. The main vehicular access gate should be moved further north from State Route 104 Marengo Road intersection to allow for adequate queuing of vehicles entering the subdivision and improve intersections capacity and safety. Ideally, the gated entrance would not be located on State Route 104 for safety reasons. Strong protections for the adjacent properties need to be included in sales agreements regarding existing land uses. This is submitted from Ronald W. Lautzenheiser, Chris Gigi, Ronald E. Lautzenheiser, Ed Cobley, Brian Sango, and Steve Hessler. Okay, so the next public comment is from Ron W. Lautzenheiser. Speaking for myself and 5 other adjacent landowners, we oppose the Summerfield project on parcel 148-1100-006 Twin Cities Road. Since the planning department did not read our submitted letter at their meeting, I hope the city council will listen to the concerns of 6 adjacent landowners. Some of us had lived here 40 years. We came for rural living away from the city. The Summerfield project is to annex 58 acres of county farmland on the north side of Twin Cities Road at the Marengo Road Junction and build 212 houses on city-sized lots in the rural area currently zoned A5 for 12 home sites. There are no areas of city housing on the north side of Twin Cities Road from the Sacramento River to Ione. First, since we were told that the developers only requested a rezone to A2 30 home sites, we feel this higher density project promoted by the Galt City Administration is an unnecessary intrusion to our rural community by the city, possibly seeking state or federal housing money. An A2 rezoning like the neighboring ranchettes off Hochschild Road would be more representative of the current community. There is no need for this density of housing. In the Galt development map of summer 2019, there are 12 additional projects calling for an additional 3,243 homes, a 40% increase in the Galt housing, utilizing Galt infill or areas already designated for city density housing south of Twin Cities. None of the housing projects inside the current Galt city limits on Twin Cities open solely and directly onto Twin Cities Road. While Pinto Trail Drive and Park Terrace Drive open onto Twin Cities, both of these streets have exit routes to the east, west, and south so that the residents have better disbursement from their homes and a choice of routes to return. They are not limited to a direct feed onto the ever-busy Twin Cities Road and definitely do not have the hassle of stopping and waiting for another vehicle to open a gate. We have little faith in the city statement that the city will not attempt to development of surrounding area for denser housing. Summerfield is the beginning invasion to destroy our rural lifestyle. Secondly, farm owners are familiar with the predictable results: damaged fences by people, trespassing, retrieving toys, pets, etc., losses of livestock, including chickens and ducks raised for food due to roving pets harassing stock, losses, damages of tools and equipment, crop fires from cigarettes, fireworks, or experimenting children, loss of hunting rights, trash thrown over fences, etc. These can lead to fiscal losses and increased insurance rates to the rural landowners. Waldo Road has already had an unexplained 10-acre fire this year. Despite the right to farm, nuance clauses in the sales agreements, new homeowners are quick to complain and possibly bring legal action concerning odors, windblown dust, fertilizers, and herbicides. noise and lights from farm equipment, injuries to children, and pets trespassing onto farmlands, all possibly leading to costly legal actions and increased insurance rates. There are flooding concerns also. The county did not update the drainage from the east side of Waldo Road when it rebuilt the road after the solar field construction. Consequently, there is a large drainage problem. Since the south half of Waldo Road drains directly to the north edge of the Summerfield project into the proposed wetlands area, and in the rainy season already floods Mr. Hessler's property north of Summerfield, we are concerned that Summerfield project construction will aggravate the situation by pushing water back onto properties between Summerfield and Waldo Road, increasing flood to Mr. Hessler's property. Thirdly, the current plans for Summerfield place the gated entrance at the very busy Twin Cities and Marengo Road intersections. As Twin Cities is a busy state highway with very heavy traffic during rush and school hours, additional traffic problems, accidents will occur. Even with increased road width, the increased traffic at 200 plus cars crossing the highway, entering and exiting, or trying to back out of the area will create delays, unnecessary problems, and possible accidents, especially to any pedestrians. Without a solid wall completely encasing the entire project, people will trespass on farmland, causing problems. The increased lighting, the perimeter houses, and the additional traffic noise will reduce the farm owner's privacy and cause stock problems. Hunting and pest predator control will be curtailed or lead to roving pets being harmed. The increased available of garbage and pet food will attract wildlife into the development and increase the possible of injury and disease to children and pets. The list of unnecessary problems caused by city housing inserted into a rural community is long. Finally, if the Summerfield project is approved, the following modifications should be made. A concrete stone wall should completely surround the project, or at a minimum enclose the north and east perimeters.
Is up on that one as well too.
Rose, his time is right.
Correct. His time is up for 5 minutes.
But I believe this is lot of things is duplicate. So it is also mentioned on a previous letter. How far more? How many more pages?
Just a couple minutes.
Okay, let's go ahead and finish.
Street lighting should be at the housetop level to reduce glare to surrounding farms. A much larger and deeper entrance area built. A paved sidewalk and dedicated bicycle path from the entrance to Waldo Road should be built. Any and all drainage problems should be completely and permanently solved. The Summerfield project as city density housing should be stopped by City Council. Represented Chris GG 12620 Waldo Road, Ronald E. Lautzenheiser 12660 Waldo Road, Ed Cobley 12706 Waldo Road, Brian Sango 12724 Waldo Road, Steve Hess 12661 Hochschild Road. The next comment is from Katie Wiley. I am writing this letter to inform you of my staunch opposition to the Summerfield at Twin Cities project that was passed by planning in August. As a small business owner, taxpayer, and a mother of a young family who is looking forward to raising our 6-year-old twins in Galt for their entire education, I do not think that Summerfield at Twin Cities is a wise decision for Galt. Not only is the land not annexed into the city, but it is also a clear money grab by developers who have no stake in what's best for the city of Galt. Rezoning this area and packing in a ton of housing would not only impact our schools, but our roadways and every other common area used by the citizens here. Summerfield at Twin Cities goes directly against what my family and friends residing in Galt would like to see in the future. Please represent me in keeping Galt a great American little town. Next is from Chris Chamber. Thank you for the opportunity to be heard on this agenda item. I am speaking in support of the council approving this annexation and project. Our city is in our troubled place right now as it relates to our ability to provide services to our community members, as well as our ability to provide housing to our families. While the city leadership must balance the growth of the community and maintaining our great American little town atmosphere, the voices crying out for zero growth place a great burden on our residents and leadership. I grew up in the rural area around this town. I graduated from Galt High School about 25 years ago, when this town did not even have a stoplight and my friends got jaywalking tickets for crossing A Street after football practice. We were a pretty small community. I started working in this town a few years after high school, and when I could afford to buy a house, it was here in Galt. I've heard the voices for decades fighting growth and development in our community, fighting against the city bringing in the very tax dollars that are needed to fund the many demands put upon the city by our residents. For many years after I bought my home, I could not purchase a pair of socks in the city I lived in. Our city is dealing with serious financial troubles. Our parks and recreation services are scarce and underfunded. Our police department is one of the lowest compensated departments in the region. Extraordinary rates for garbage have been passed on to our citizens and our local businesses. Our city has few choices left to correct many of these challenges. We can increase the tax rate or we can increase the tax base. Responsible development ensures that our population can grow, commercial businesses will be enticed to set up stores in our city, and that will help the city through property tax and sales tax revenue. There is a shortage of housing available in our city. Failing to recognize and develop land which is in a logical area for our city's growth is failed leadership. It disappoints me when I hear the voices looking to stifle growth because they think it is possible to maintain this cute little small town. Our leaders need to ensure our city grows at a rate that can be managed, a growth rate that provides steady jobs and revenues to offset the financial impact on the city that comes with more residents. Expenses for the city to operate are going up each year. The cost of living for our residents goes up. It's foolish to think that the city is not in the same situation. If we are to listen to those voices who scream against growth, I fully expect and demand those same voices to petition the council and get the entire community behind additional tax measures placed upon our residents to ensure adequate funding for the safety, beauty, and opportunity of city. We increase the tax base or we increase the tax rate. Tonight, this council will decide. I beg you to choose wisely. I have more. I'm sorry, I need to. This one is from Joe Bitondo. Please vote this project down. There's plenty of land already within the city limits for this developer to build this same project. Let them buy up that property and build. We should not alter our growth plan to appease any developers just so they can make some money. Anyone on the council who votes yes for this will show their true colors and where they stand on growth. Do you side with the developers or the voters of Galt? This one is from P. Addison Covert. Our office represents Galt Joint Union Elementary School District and wishes to appear at tomorrow's city council meeting to comment on the Summerfield at Twin Cities Road project, Summerfield agenda item G1. Our office in the district previously appeared before the council regarding the Fairway Oaks project on August 4th, 2020 and on September 1, 2020 regarding the Simmerhorn Ranch project. Prior to these meetings, the district submitted written comments on June 29, 2020, addressing the Summerfield project as well as the Fairway Oaks and Simmerhorn Ranch projects. The written comments in that letter described the significant impacts that these three developments will have on the district directly, as well as on the Galt community at large. The district has already had a discussion with the Summerfield's representative and is working to reach an agreement soon that will ensure adequate school facilities are provided for the community. At the council's meeting tomorrow, much like our council appearance regarding the Fairway Oaks and Simmerhorn projects, it is our aim to update the council, provide supplemental information to the district's June 29 letter, and further explain how the Summerfield project will impact the district. While we are working with the developer to address the impacts, the district would like to ensure that the city council is informed on the matter and can take appropriate action as an interested and involved party. The mitigated negative declaration MND for Summerfield correctly states that the district will receive developer fees to help fund the cost of the new school facilities made necessary by the project. However, the MND fails to clarify if these fees are sufficient to fully address the costs and impacts of a new school. The district's June 29 letter advised the city of this fact, but to our knowledge, this has not been addressed and the MND is presently insufficient to meet the standards of the California Environmental Act Please see Save the Agora Cornell No et al. Versus City of Agora Hills et al. 46 Cal App Fifth 665-2020. In addition, in this case of Chawanakee Unified School District versus County of Madera, 196 Cal App 4th 10/16/2011, the court stated that a city's environmental analysis of a proposed project must also analyze and mitigate the indirect impacts on school environments. The district's June 29 written comments highlighted the indirect impacts it was concerned with, but to this point, the district has not been given further information that addresses the concerns expressed in its June letter, nor does the MND reflect this important and significant information. Before approving the Summerfield project, we ask that further analysis and consideration be given to the direct and indirect impacts it will have on the district's educational services and facilities in Galt. Our office has been advised that at tomorrow's meeting, the council will be imposing a condition that requires the developer to work with the district to mitigate the impacts of the development. The district supports this condition as a next step in the process and will do all it can to work with the developer. We look forward to provide additional information to you on this important topic and answering any questions you may have. Next is from William Spalding. I offer these comments as part of the public hearing for item G1 concerning the Summerfield project. My name is William Spalding and I am the superintendent of the Galt Joint Union High School District. I first want to thank the City Council for the proclamation issued to the district recognizing an award that we are very proud of, being named by College Board as the Advanced Placement District of the Year. This is a unique and high honor bestowed annually on only 3 districts in all of North America, US and Canada, a small district, medium district, and a large district, in recognition of exceptional performance of students on advanced placement tests for college and continuous and significant growth, both in taking AP tests and passing AP tests 3 years running. In its 10 years of giving this award, College Board has selected only 7 school districts in all of California. Galt is now among them. This speaks to the high quality and high performance of our teachers and local students, and the fact that Galt Joint Union High School District is now internationally recognized for what we locals have known for quite some time. We have great schools. For those who want to build homes here and those who wish to relocate here, this will be a primary consideration in selecting Galt as the place to land. While the quality of our schools cannot be denied, there remain nagging issues of adequate and quality facilities for our students. We have made good progress in this arena and are grateful to our community for passing a significant bond in 2016, now mostly spent as projects have been completed in the last couple of years. However, facilities funding in the state of California is a tricky thing. Currently, we are at our bonding capacity as a district. Our community facilities district is largely built out nearing the end of its life as a steady facilities funding mechanism. Statutory developer fees on their own are woefully inadequate to provide ample school and classroom facilities to meet the needs of new students from new families in the community. We need the support and partnership with the city and developers to keep up with adequate classroom space and quality facilities. Over the years, for a variety of reasons, the high school district has not been at the table or not successful at the table when it comes to development mitigation. We seek to change that. We noticed that tonight the City Council considers the mitigated negative declaration for the Summerfield project. In that report on page 120 from Exhibit C, item A17, the agreement includes the following provision, which reads, prior to building permit issuance, the developer shall work with the Galt Joint Union Elementary School District, GJUESD, to mitigate the impact of the development on the GJUESD. Note that GJUHSD, the high school district, is specifically excluded from that provision of the agreement. I'm not sure why. Like the elementary school district, our district has needs and our students have needs, and typically high school students are more expensive to teach and to house than younger students. We ask respectfully that this oversight be corrected and that it be amended to include GJUHSD, the high school district. so that the expectation that the city has for the developer to work with the elementary district be expanded so that the expectation becomes one for the developer to work with both of Galt school districts prior to the approval of the building permit. Additionally, as the city has remembered and recognized us for our efforts to provide quality education in its AP District of the Year proclamation, we hope that the city will also remember and recognize our needs as a district to provide adequate and quality facilities for our new students each time development is under consideration. Thank you for your time and consideration. I have one from Randy at Galt Fitness Pro. I, Randy Morton, believe that this is an amazing project and the type of project growth Galt needs to sustain long-term financial success. The proposal is by far the best future development in a long time. In fact, in my opinion, the best development we have had on agenda in the last 2 years in regards to residential growth. I strongly recommend moving forward with the Summerfield at Twin Cities Hoffman project. And that's all I have right now.
Thank you, Tina.
I
Hand raised.
do have a few hand raises. The first one will be Jean Davenport.
Okay.
Jean, go ahead and.
Hi, unmuted. Can you hear me?
Thank you, Jean.
We can hear
Hey,
you.
Mr. Mayor, just to start, I'm going to be speaking on behalf of the silent majority tonight. Can I go for 10 minutes?
No, sir, you have a 5 minute to.
All right.
Thank you.
I want to start off about this project. I'm not going to be for or against it. I'm just going to speak about a couple of things that I find ironic and something that's positive about it. Maybe the fact that the Planning Commission asked this developer to enlarge lots. I have never heard this planning commissioner ask any other developer this have the same request for any other project in this city. I find that disingenuous to what this developer brought forth and what he intends to do with this project if it's approved. That being said, the developer of this project, I have been able to work with in the past, and all the developers I've worked with, this gentleman has proven himself to be above board and will bend over backwards to adequately address all the issues that the citizens and the city staff have. Kurt, I know you worked with this developer in the past. You might not remember it, but it's been a while. But I think Brian brings something to the table that can be addressed. I just think it's unfair to make him enlarge lots at the behest of one planning commissioner, and that was put forth and passed by the group just to put this forward to you. I think you should take that back out of this plan if you approve it, and let him go forward with what he's presented. And I would just ask the developer to take to heart what the letters of the people that live in this community have written, and maybe readdress some of their concerns. The fact of the matter is, like past projects, I believe this one's going to go forward, but I think we have an opportunity to partner with a good developer who really cares about the community. So with that being said, I'll leave it up to you guys to make your choice, but I just find it disingenuous that a planning commissioner would have a developer. No other developer had to enlarge lots, but this guy does. It's not right. Thanks. I'm done.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Davenport. Thank you.
Thank you, Jean. Next, we have Addison Covert. Addison, you're unmuted now. Go ahead. Addison. Addison, there we go.
Here I am. Thank
You're
you. Addison Covert on behalf of the Elementary School District. I'll make my comments very brief this evening. I know you have a long agenda. We very much appreciate Condition A17 that's been imposed on the project. We fully believe that we'll be able to work together cooperatively with the developer to make arrangements for school funding for the elementary district that adequately addresses the impacts that we outlined in our earlier correspondence. So thank you again for your assistance and your cooperation. We will continue to keep you posted on our success moving forward with the developer of the project. I'm here to answer any questions you might have, but otherwise that concludes my comments this evening.
Great. Thank you, Addison.
You
The
bet.
next person we have is Jerry Sauter. Jerry, go ahead. You're unmuted. Jerry, go ahead and unmute your.
Sorry, I kept, I thought I had it clicked. And that's just that this project is rezoning some land that is agricultural, a little bit.
Jerry, can I interrupt you for a second? This is Rich Lozano. You muted yourself again, and I think we missed the first part of your comments. So if it's okay with the mayor, I'd like him to start over because I missed the first couple of sentences.
Yeah, go ahead, Jerry.
Okay, my apologies. Actually, I just started with thanking for the opportunity to speak. So I just wanted to take a second to echo a few of the concerns that were expressed by other members of the community, and the project being in what appears to be zoned as agricultural, and that we're changing that to a different type of housing. I think this is a little different situation than the annexation of the Simmerhorn Notch and the role that that plays for the city. One could argue that, especially for some of the residents in that area, that while it's in the sphere of influence for Galt, this is more of an example of a sprawl development that we're looking to change some land. So that I think is a valid concern, and I wish the council would give that some weight in their review of this. I think the only other thing that I'd like to comment is, as a community member that's been listening to several of these meetings on the development, and maybe it's protocol, but it just seems odd to me that our school districts have to make comments to the council during public comment. I would think that our school districts would have some standing space on the agenda, much as the developer has an opportunity to present to the council, and that representatives such as the attorney for Galt Elementary School District and a letter from the Galt Joint Union High School District, they have to request and remind the council of their concerns in the forum of public comment. You're working with these large entities. Our school districts are part of the community. I think they would hold a different role rather than public comment like me, Joe Q citizen. I would think that they would have space on the agenda and that the council would turn to them as part of deliberations of this process to get their input, or give them a standing space on the agenda to provide their comments. And that was all I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Jerry. We have no other public comments or raised hands on the attendee side.
Yeah, did you have anybody on raise hand online?
No, Mayor, there's no other raised hands.
Anybody have any comment before I close the public hearing?
Mr. Mayor, it's Brian Wilson with the Summerfield Project.
Yeah, go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, hey, I just wanted to thank you so much, Mr. Mayor and the council and the city staff for helping us through the process and kind of showing us what the city wanted to have. I also wanted to let you know that we will continue conversations with the school districts, as well as take into consideration what the neighbors would like to do as far as fencing. We're definitely open to feedback and so forth. We want our project to fit in the community and really bring that executive move up kind of product that Galt doesn't have yet. You know, I think this project's going to bring a lot to the community, and we're excited to have it. So if you guys have any questions for us, or for me, I'd be more than happy to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson.
Mr. Mayor, I do have a
Yeah, go
question for Mr. Wilson. And I don't want to take too much time because I'd like to hear from my colleagues on this. There were a couple of things that popped up to me in not only public comment, but the presentations. The first one is the 1.9 acre park. And I understand that's going to be a park within the gated community that is maintained by the homeowners, if you will, through an assessment that they're going to assess themselves. Who is going to have access to that? Is that going to be access to the public for, and what I mean by public is folks outside of the community that are, well, I guess, let me be real blunt. Is the city going to have the opportunity to access the parkland to program for youth sports? Because I see a huge soccer field there, and or at least in the rendering. Is that going to be an opportunity for the city to provide some programming?
Well, from a financial standpoint, it's going to be maintained by the homeowners association. Kind of with that being said, we're open to any recommendations. If you feel it would fit well into the sports fields and so forth for the city, we'd be happy to lend it to that. Maybe have certain hours of use or something like that where the gates were left open. That's kind of a detail that hasn't really been defined yet, but if there's some direction, we're certainly open to it.
And this is Tim Denham. If I could clarify, it's not a huge soccer field. It's a U8, U10. You know, it's a youth sports. It's not a full size soccer field.
Okay.
Probably 150 by 250 approximately.
Okay, so it is for the younger group.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you what. I mean, we have a lot of parks, and we have really nice facilities for youth. But always looking for another, and this might be an opportunity for the residents in that area to have kids playing in their neighborhood park rather than driving to another facility. So I just throw that out there as a question, just because as the presentation was happening, it just dawned on me that you can never have too many, even if it's U8, U10 soccer fields, or put a couple of portable backstops up on a Saturday morning and have some T-ball out there too. So that was just my thought. The other question I have is, and I believe this is for either you, Brian, or Tim, the entrance onto Twin Cities, or I'm sorry, the entrance that goes onto Twin Cities Road. What is the, and I have the packet here, but real quick, if you know, what is the distance between the actual, not the gate, but where the cars have to stop to get access?
Right. So there'll be a,
for the gate.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
There'll be a key code on the island. There's about 80 feet. So stack up for 4 cars as you come off of Twin Cities Road. And those are guests. If you're a resident, you would just have a clicker and drive on in. So we think that's adequate stack up to serve that issue. We looked at it.
Okay.
And if I could, so it's going to be a signalized intersection. I think there's some misinformation that was maybe in the public comments, but that is the only place we can have a 4-way signalized intersection is at Marengo Road in Twin Cities. And we feel a signalized intersection is the kind of the safest alternative in terms of allowing the school children in this neighborhood to cross at that location and walk down to the schools that are south of this project.
Okay, that's really all the questions I had at this point. Certainly we'll have more later, but Mr. Mayor, I wanted to kind of bring those up since Brian asked for any other questions and Tim jumped in there. So
Thank you.
Yeah.
I had a question for Brian. Not really a question. I noticed in a lot of the public comment, the development keeps getting called high density.
Yeah. Tim, you came on there. I was just going to say that I think that that's a misconception a little bit, in that it's actually the lowest density that I believe Galt has for residential use. We really tried to bring the larger executive style lots to the community, and really something that the city doesn't really have yet, to bring in a new kind of buyer or potentially a move up house for existing Galt citizens.
Thank you. Yeah, I really wanted to clarify that.
Yeah,
Thank
thank you.
Did any other public comment came in before I close the public hearing?
No written comment received.
Sean, you want to make a comment before closing the public? hearing?
Well, I can wait till after we close the hearing. I just had comments as well, but I can wait till just you can close it. But I do have questions for Brian and
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Ask the question.
Well, just to comment back on what some was just said by Councilman Lamson and Brian. I mean, clearly when one of the citizens that wrote in was referring to high density, they weren't really referring to high density in the aspect that you and I know high density. They were referring to a density other than the rural 2-5 acre whatever that's there now. That's clearly what they meant. So I mean, just saying that. My questions for you, Brian or Tim, whichever, is so just kind of looking over, looking at the project and kind of thinking about the way it's described and so I just my questions were, so it's described as executive housing. So I mean, what in your opinion makes it executive other than it has a wall around it? Because you referred to the size of lots, but I mean, you also referred to it as well, actually, go ahead. Just answer that question first. And if you could, please.
You want me to go ahead there, Tim?
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, so I think an executive style home has a little bit of a feeling of privacy to it. And so even though it's within the city limits, it'll be a place you can go and kind of feel safe. We've done subdivisions in other areas that are on roads similar to Twin Cities, and we've made them public. And after we've done the subdivision, the people have actually gone back to the city and requested it be private. So we really felt that from the beginning, due to the location, it would be perfect for a nice gated entrance, which would kind of attract a different type of, it'd be a different product that Galt currently doesn't have. And that's what defined it as executive to us.
Okay. Well, I do want to say that, we do have a subdivision named Keystone, which basically has like 8,000 to 10,000 square foot lots, about 150 homes existing. So to say that we don't have anything like that in Galt already is not accurate whatsoever. I'm just saying, I do think the gated neighborhood, again, that style of what you're bringing to the idea of this is something new to Galt with the gated and having that access. I think that that it would bring privacy to the neighborhood. And based on what you said, I'm not sure if I agree with the safe thing. I mean, maybe people feel safe, but I've never lived in a gated neighborhood in Galt. I don't necessarily feel unsafe here. So I think the fact that we would imply that is a little unfair. But my next question would be, so the open space in the middle that actually Vice Mayor Lozano mentioned, why is that a soccer field? I'm curious. I mean, it seems kind of weird. Like if you're going to have a private, well, I guess it was discussed as maybe not being private, but let's just pretend that it is, exclusive to that, to the people that live in the neighborhood. Why would it be, why not have just a regular park that could be used? I know there's a playground, but why the soccer field? It seems a little odd to me.
Real quick, I would just like to say that I didn't mean any disrespect about the safety of Galt. I meant more to it being on a busier road. That was why I felt that the gates would be different versus like an internal. So I don't want to, make you think I said anything disparaging about Galt. So I apologize. As far as the soccer field design, I'd have to defer to Tim because those guys designed kind of our park and he could probably speak more to that.
Yeah, it's conceptual at this point, but essentially it's a large lawn area. I don't know that it would have permanent backstops or goals installed. It might be mobile. A large lawn area allows a lot of different things. It's not a huge park at 1.9 acres, but you could certainly throw a ball around or a frisbee, play catch with your dog. We're thinking a tot lot, shade structure, barbecue area at one end of it, and then a large open lawn area, for the majority of that space, with trees, around it, so it'll be shaded.
Okay. I have a couple other questions, and again, I can wait till after the hearing is closed, but I didn't know if that both you gentlemen were still going to be on the line for questioning. So, is that will you still be available for questioning after we close the public hearing, or should I continue, Mr. Mayor?
They should be, if we have any question, they should be available.
Okay, well, then I can wait to close the hearing and then I can continue with questions after that.
Okay, thank you. If there is no public comment, there's anybody on the Zoom web, I would like to close the public hearing. Now I'm coming back to all the council member. First, Vice Mayor Lozano.
Yeah, I'll ask just a few questions and then I'm sure it'll come back around. So the other, one of the other questions I had to do, and maybe this is a question for Ms. Hood. I would agree with Jerry Souter, or Mr. Souter, who called in and was talking about the process in which developers and or the city, whoever's responsible for coming up with impact, and I'm going to call them impact fees. I don't know if that's exactly what it is, but the impact fees that communities that are being developed pay to our school systems. And so my question is, why is it that, is it procedural, I guess, is the question as to why our partners in schools are making, do they have to make a public comment procedurally to fulfill some kind of legal obligation, I guess is my question.
This is Tim. I can fill that up if you'd like, Brian. You know, I can't speak to
I
what
think
they're.
that one may be
Oh.
more in my court. And so the school districts do have an obligation if they are wanting to raise like something like a CEQA challenge, for instance. That's one where you'll have an exhaustion of remedies. So that is, you know, in the letter you heard comments about the MND. So that's one reason why you would hear this now. Impact fees are subject to a nexus study and a different approval process, but that's partially what they were raising as well. So that's you have to show a certain nexus for impact fees.
Okay. And again, I don't know that impact fee is the correct terminology, but I would hope, and I've said this before, I would hope that that there could be some resolution between the two parties, and now including the high school district, because you know, it certainly there is some impact to those entities that will require some additional funding at whatever level, additional funding as opposed to what they're receiving now for that additional housing. So that was my question about that. The homeowners association, I guess the question I had about that was, is that something that's going to start from the beginning, or is it once it's all developed out? And what type of responsibility will the city have internally? Meaning, I recognize that the streets and landscaping and everything will be maintained by the homeowners association as a self-taxing entity. But what I recognize we'll have to respond. Our officers will have to respond from the police department there, and whatever other public entity services that we provide. But what are we responsible for outside of those immediate services that we know as a community? Is there wastewater and sewer and water services that we will provide?
So as far as timing goes, typically when you see these projects, they are conditioned that the HOA and the CSD or CFD, they're enacted with the final map. That's just the timing when it takes place. And so those mechanisms are in place when the project starts developing. Since it is a private project, typically, and I'm going to have to defer this over to Mike as far as what those facilities are. A lot of times water is public, but and they're an easement, but they are, everything behind the wall is private and it's maintained by the overall HOA. And then as far as services go to police and fire, maintaining landscaping along Twin Cities, that's when the CSD the service district, that's enacted in that funding. So the goal with both of those mechanisms, this project is taking care of its services and facilities, and those costs are not being borne by the city of Galt. And I'd have to turn it over to Mike as far as what those facilities look like, whether they're private or public.
Yeah, just for the city side, Vice Mayor Lozano, the city would have water, sewer, and storm drain. The streets would also be covered by the HOA. So we would only, respond to any water, sewer, storm drain related issues behind the wall.
Okay, and the money to maintain those within that community is still going to come out of the community facilities district or the community services district.
Well, those would be city facilities, so that would be paid from the ratepayers by the property owners, the homeowners, essentially through their rates. Yeah.
Bill looks good. Mr. Ford.
Excuse me, Mr. Yeah. Sorry. To clarify, actually, every kind of backing up with what Mr. Hoffman said is basically everything behind the wall will be privately maintained. There's conditions specifying that the water, sewer, and storm drainage will be private behind the wall. The only thing we'll be responsible to maintain within is the water meters, and there's I believe it's B28. So if you will, the pipe system within the private streets at this time are planned to be all private. There's conditions for them to provide adequate backflow control on the water system. For example, we will probably have some shared responsibility for the sewer lift station. Actually, I do believe even the sewer lift station is private, but is be built to public standards.
Thank you so much. And I do have some other questions related to drainage around the area, but I'll let my colleagues go. I don't want to take up all the time.
Right. Thank you. Council Member Farmer.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So continue on a few more questions I have. And I was going to have you bring up maybe the map showing the surrounding rural residential, but I don't, maybe it's not necessary. If I'm not mistaken, I think it's probably like 2 acre to maybe 5. I think maybe the smallest is 2 acre, and maybe there's some larger. I forget when I was looking at it, but I mean, historically, I would say that it's, and I'd like to get your guys' take from a developer standpoint. I mean, how likely do you think it is that because there was some comment earlier about if this development should proceed, would that lead to the development of that surrounding area? And historically, if you have like a ranchette or multiple ranchettes, I mean, it's probably not going to be economical for a developer to come in there in the future, I would foresee, and buy out people's 2 acre ranchettes or whatever, enough of them to build another subdivision. I mean, what do you think the likelihood of that happening is? If Brian or Tim can answer that.
I'm going to jump in and I'm going to say that it's highly unlikely because our parcel is the only one that's in the sphere of influence. And so for that reason, the other ones wouldn't really be pulled into the city anyways. So it's not really very likely that anything else would be developed, right adjacent to us. And kind of with that being said, we're really willing to work with the neighbors. We've gone out and we met with Ron, one of the gentlemen that wrote one of the letters. He lives there with his father, and his sister also live in that neighborhood. And we're willing to put up fences and work with them in any way that's going to make it, happy for them. But the property is currently zoned commercial, half of it is, and it could be a truck stop or a Rayleigh's or a whatever it could be. And the impact of what we're proposing is significantly less than having a 24-hour or even a 15-hour a day grocery store there or something to that, capacity. So I think what we're asking for is really almost an equal or lower use versus what it's already zoned as.
We had a citizen, thank you for that question, answer there, Brian. When one of you gentlemen tell me when was this property purchased? If you don't mind me asking that, I was just curious of how long you guys have been.
I'm not 100% certain, probably within the last like 4 or 5 years.
Okay.
But I'm not 100% certain, so.
Okay. There was a comment earlier, I don't remember who asked, I think it might have been Mr. Lutzenheiser, if I don't recall, but there was reference made to the county being asked to change from an A5 to an A2 previously, which was denied. Anybody elaborate? I know, of course, Craig, you're new. I think maybe the only person here that maybe could have any knowledge of anything like that would maybe be Councilman Campion. But does anybody have any information on what that comment could have been regarding? Kurt, do you know of anything?
I don't recall any. I don't recall a proposed development on this site for 2-acre minimums. It may have been proposed, but I do not recall that.
What is A5 and what is A2? Craig, do you?
2-acre minimum, 5-acre minimum.
Yeah.
Ag res, that's all it is.
Yeah. Okay. So not knowing if this statement was true, there was basically what they were saying is that there could have been a previous request to go from a 5-acre to a 2-acre, and that was denied. That's basically what he was trying to say.
John, continue. I believing in that land was in a Sacramento County, so there might be somebody try in a Sacramento planning department want to make sure they have that 2-acre to 5-acre.
Yeah.
I don't see anybody asking in this city.
Yeah, that would make sense. I just was trying to get some clarification on what that comment.
And I'll add to that just to clarify. It was several years ago, tried to be rezoned, and it didn't go through for whatever reason. And when we acquired it, it was in the county, and we approached the county to do some sort of a map with it. And they said, no, you have to deal with the city of Galt because it's in the sphere of influence. And so the county wouldn't do any sort of a tentative map for us on it.
Okay, so if I'm understanding this correctly, there was an attempt based on your knowledge, I guess, and what a comment of a citizen
in like
made.
the 90s, a long time ago.
Okay.
A long time ago, like 30 years ago.
Okay. To rezone from a 5-acre parcels down to 2. That's what the attempt was at that time. And
correct. And it was denied. And it was when it was in the county a long time ago, well before we were around it.
Okay. Continuing on here. I think, actually, I think I'll hold up for a sec and let if any of my other council members have any further questions before I have anything further to add. But I do have some other stuff, but I'm just going to go ahead and relinquish some more time to my fellow colleagues here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member Lamson.
So just making sure, because Armando would love about 10 more parks. This is not going to be a park maintained by the city of Galt.
The Council Member Lamson, no, it will not be. It'll be maintained by the HOA. And so
us coming and asking to use it, if I was one of those homeowners in the gated community, I don't know if I would be excited about people coming and using my park that I was paying for. Because I know we had some comments about that. Maybe they could rent it out, I guess.
I think the immediate feedback was that it's kind of in its own community. It's going to have its own 100 or so children that live in there. It didn't make a lot of sense for other children to come in there. If they do, I think that's fine. But it just was not really anything we had discussed in any detail to this point.
Okay. Thank you very much. And I appreciate you guys including the school districts. So I've been concerned about the high school district for a while getting in there. So it's good to see them. And it's good to hear from the superintendent. So thank you on that.
Thank you. And we're happy to speak to the high school as well as the elementary school. So thank you.
Councilmember Campion. Councilmember Campion.
Yeah, my mute button wouldn't work. Thank you. Couple of comments. I mean, there's been a lot of discussion, and you know, there's been some misinformation, in my opinion. I know in the past the city has seen during public hearings lots in subdivisions reduced for various reasons. So Mr. Davenport's comments are not only inaccurate, they are wrong. So it is typical during the course of reviewing the subdivision map that for various reasons you may reduce or you may increase the number of lots in a particular subdivision based on the circumstances at hand during the public hearing. I would like to ask a question, and I'm not sure which staff member would be most appropriate, whether it be Public Works or the consultant, but what is the average ADT on a average daily traffic on a commercial development? You know, and usually that's expressed on in a factor of by how many thousands of square feet. And do you have any idea, just a general? I know it varies by type of use, but say shopping center.
Yeah, it's been a long time since I've looked at those tables, council member. A shopping center, I don't know, Bill, do you have any sense of that on the development side? I know other developments, you know, generation like homes is 10 a day typically, but
or maybe Mr. Gunn, I'm not particular. I'm just trying to.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with a particular number.
I apologize. I can't remember off the top of my head. I know that 28 acres at a 0.25 FAR, you're going to end up somewhere above 300,000 square feet of something. Yeah. And that's a whole lot of trips. And like Brian said, the residential as proposed would be significantly less than what that could be someday.
And that's my point. I mean, you're talking literally multiple thousands of vehicle trips versus a little over 2,000 with this development. So I look at it from a point of view of the intensity of use versus the density. The intensity allowed under the commercial provision when you've got almost 30 acres of land out there, the significance between the impacts associated with that development as commercial compared to low density residential are significantly reduced by what is being proposed here tonight. And that would cover everything from noise, light, particularly traffic. You see a significant reduction. So I think if you look at what would be allowed without any changes, the surrounding neighborhood, I think should look at it from a point of view of what could have been and what is being proposed as being a significant reduction in those types of impacts. I still have some question as to the private versus public facilities on site. When I read through the report, my understanding was that the water meters would be private, but the city would have access to either work on them or to read them if necessary. I mean, and I'm not sure if that's correct or not. Bill, maybe you can comment on that.
Essentially, the meters themselves would be public because there are revenue meters, so to speak, you know, and that we base upon consumption use. So we're responsible for the maintenance of the meter. And that's the point of condition B28, where they're to enter into a maintenance agreement that gives the city permission to enter onto private property to maintain the meters.
Okay. But as far as all other public facilities, all the underground lines, whether it's water, sewer, storm, that is the responsibility of the HOA to maintain once constructed. Is that not correct?
That is correct, the way it's currently conditioned.
And you would have like at the public-private side, you'd have check valves to avoid, like you were saying, the backflow prevention for water contamination purposes.
For
and so
water.
for water, particularly in the area of water.
Yeah, I came across that condition. That was B26B. The water main, fire hydrants, valves, and appurtenances on the project shall have adequate backflow prevention at the point of connection to the water main along Twin Cities Road.
Okay. The only other issue that's been discussed, and I don't know whether it would shed some light, but we have done private developments and with recreational facilities on site, and those are private. They are not opened up to the public. If you recall the senior development Emerald Park built immediately behind Rayleigh's, they have a swimming pool, clubhouse, and that's not accessible to the public. The property owners there pay for the maintenance and ongoing capital requirements to maintain those facilities. These individuals will still have to pay a fee or a portion of the fees for park and recreation activities in the balance of the city. But at the same time, if they develop it and maintain it, it is classified as private. I mean, that's historically, that's what the code says, basically, our own ordinances. So I'm comfortable with what is proposed, but I think we just need to follow what our own ordinances already establish as a procedure. The one question I did have, and I don't know if I have I think it's condition B24 with regard to street lights. My question is, it says that it's B24 sub I, on-light streets will be maintained by the HOA, which makes sense. And at a minimum will be at every intersection, elbow, at every intersection and elbow. I'm just wondering why we wouldn't use whatever standard the city uses for subdivisions. Why would we look at something different for the installation of those lights rather than following city standards?
Yeah, I could answer that question. It was frankly a standard that was developed for the Dry Creek Oaks private street development. They really didn't want to put as many streetlights to a public standard. And so we compromised and focused on the street intersections and elbows and making sure those are lit so that someone can see that the road is turning or that they're coming to an intersection. So it's a compromise for private street development. I mean, technically,
I could,
as a private street.
I guess my concern is that, you still need to deal with, safety and make sure that you've got adequate lighting. I don't know that we need the same type of lighting facility, maybe an alternate type of lighting, but the spacing, I think, needs to be, there should be some consistency, I guess, so that, you don't see a significant difference. And I don't know if it's a cost issue or simply, I'm not sure why we would want to change. So my personal preference would be to see it, whatever the city standard is, we follow the same city standards.
This is Tim chiming in, and I think part of that too, in discussing it with Bill, was night sky pollution. So if we can hit the intersections and elbows where potential points of conflict are, and not hit the long straightaways between elbow and an intersection, that reduces the number of street lights. Yes, there's maybe a cost savings there, but it also reduces night sky pollution. And in that condition, it talks about dimmers. So I don't know if that solves the issue in itself.
Well, and most of them have dimmers, I think now. My concern would be in looking, I look at the subdivision, I look at street F and I look at street E. Those are the two longest stretches, and you've got a pedestrian corridor that would not be lit under that standard. And so that concerns me that you have a corridor between homes where there is no light. So I mean, if there was light at either end of those on both ends, I wouldn't concern myself so much. But I when you look at the rest of it, the layout, if you had it at every elbow, it would probably work. But that one stretch, I think, needs to be addressed. Mr. Hoffman addressed an issue I had asked him about earlier with regard to the landscaping on Twin Cities, and that was clarified that that'll be covered under the public service district to be formed to cover maintenance and operation costs. So with that, I'm satisfied with what I've seen. And the only, or the last item, I guess, is that I believe that there probably should be some form of fencing on the east as well as the west sides. I can understand having something where you want to have privacy. I think most people like privacy in their rear yard. That would provide that to the people in the subdivision. Secondly, I don't necessarily believe a sound wall is justified. I do have a concern with regular wood fences, over having maintenance concerns, but I think that something could be worked out where at least you have a solid fence on those two sides. The north end, I think, should be left open because it does give you view opportunities along the open space corridor. That kind of concludes my comments at this time.
Thank you, Councilmember Campion. I have a few comments and a few questions. First of all, I would like to thank your staff. We spent a lot of time on that project, and thank you for the developer. They also spent a lot of time on that. I did meet the resident out there. They have a concern. They're a very reasonable person. I met Ron and his son, and they know the process. And I believe, I don't know, they talked to the developers yet, but their request in order to satisfy them is very reasonable. They were the main concern was the wall around the project. If their costs justify, I like to put the sound wall, because I understand there is rural area and then there is residential, low density, and the safety of both sides. And the other thing, unfortunately, the Galt general plan, that lot, half of the lot is commercial, and half of the lot is residential. But if I agree with Council Member Campion, if there is in future, if this low density does not come over there, there might be end up with some kind of store. They're running 24 hours. So that point of view is that project is coming on that location is good. But the other, if we're looking on the other side, these residents around there, when they have the land, everybody, we all want to be at peace. We all want to be a quiet, our neighbor. But unfortunately, there is sometimes the plan already, general plan already there. But and then the other thing is, like in Galt residents, they have a lot of concern. They're concerned, there is a lot of project coming in the city. But another thing, all these project is approved. We all council member may not approve it 5, 6, 7 years ago. And there is some kind of economy when economy was down. So that's why it was all in pipeline. And now you see in a Galt 4 and 5 big projects coming in. And they're concerned with the school. When that much population will increase, are this school will absorb all the student? the other Galt resident have a concern about the safety, how the police can work, how the water and sewer. And I like to somebody from the staff want to make sure, explain to the public that project or some other project can be already calculation is can be now can be effect on the schools, now can be effect on the safety, and is now can be effect on water and sewer. Mr. Selling or somebody else can a little bit brief to the public.
Well, I can speak obviously to the infrastructure and the traffic. I think as Councilmember Campion noted, the traffic generation for a commercial property would be much greater than a low density residential. And so with a lower volume of traffic generation, you know, it would lead to less congestion and likely, although, you know, you can't say for certain, but, you know, less accidents. So on the water and sewer, and I appreciate Mr. Forrest correcting me because my understanding was only the roads were going to be maintained by the HOA. But if they're going to maintain the water, sewer, storm drain infrastructure behind the wall as well, then obviously there's you know no impact to the city for those services as well. So for the traffic and the infrastructure within. You know, that's about the limits of what I can respond to.
For the financial, if I might, as those houses are developed and people buy those properties, they pay property taxes, which pay for core services for both the school and for the city. Not to say that that is enough funding to sustain all of those services. That's partially the purpose of the CFDs. But there is funding revenue that occurs with those developments.
Thank you. And on the report, somebody say we're gonna have around $800,000 a year. We can have a property tax, right?
And that is a conservative estimate, yes.
Thank you. And that money directly going to the general fund, so we can use wherever we want.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Can I respond to if the schools can handle it? Our schools are on declining enrollment. Our high school has 200 less students than it did when they built Liberty Ranch. So they do need more students, or they will have to make more cuts. And I know they were talking about closing Lake Canyon for enrollment reasons, so they can take a few more students.
Thank you, Councilmember Lamson. I have one more question. It might be Mr. Hoffman. You know that land, I think they had around 60 acre, right? How much land is supposed to be in a park? Because I believe we are getting a Quimby fees on that, right?
We are going to be getting Quimby fees. I don't have that calculation for you, but you do have some land going to the park. Some does count for the trail in some of the open space. A lot of that is drainage, so it counts as something different. And you do have wetland areas. There is some open space to it, but we are getting Quimby fees. I don't have the calculation for that.
I can tell you the calculations that were in the initial study were based on the 211 units, so they're a little high. It's 2.2 acres of parkland would be the required amount for 211 residential units.
Okay.
I can also tell you that for 42.7 trips per 1,000 square feet of commercial, Councilmember Campion.
Okay, thank you. The next question I have.
Excuse me, could you repeat that?
42.7 trips per day per 1,000 square feet.
And I missed it again. I'm sorry.
42.7.
42.7 is an average, okay. And the calculation on the parkland, was that the residual or was that the total requirement for the 211 or 204 units?
That's the total requirement.
Total requirement, okay. Thank you.
And can I jump here just since we're on talking about that park again? What is the Quimby equivalent dollar amount equivalent per acre that we will collect for that?
I'm not sure on that number. I'd have to follow up with you on that.
Okay.
We have to do an appraisal. There's a whole process, so it's not the same number every time they do an appraisal.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
My next question to Brian.
Yes.
Brian, you might be met with the surrounding residents, right? Back there, Ron and his.
Correct. Correct. Yeah. Yes.
Right.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor.
And what was their real concern? The concern you cannot accommodate after that project go?
Well, their main concern was people leaving the project and coming onto their property because they originally bought that property in the 80s and they split it and they all live there now. And they don't want other people coming on their property. And that's when we suggested, putting up some sort of additional fencing.
And that's a very reasonable thing too.
Thank you. Thank you. And we were considering like a wrought iron fence or something like that, you could still have, you could see through it, but it would stop people or animals from crossing to their property.
Okay. And then the other, can you might be a little bit explain to, there is on Marengo Road and the Twin City Road, we don't know yet, it can be a 6-lane, it can be a 4-lane or whatever. What you guys proposing on that?
So currently we have a stoplight proposed there and we're dedicating land as if it's going to be 6 lanes. But my understanding is the city's going through a process where they may make it a smaller 4-lane, at which point there would just be extra landscaping area for the city. Also, we still have to go through the ICE process with Caltrans, which will dictate exactly what's going to be there when we build it.
So you can work with the Caltrans, whatever we need to do, right?
Correct. We're going to address any sort of drainage and Caltrans and traffic issues will all be handled through our improvement plans, which obviously all have to make sense and work before we'll be approved to move forward with actually constructing the project.
Okay. The other thing, the east side of the project alongside of Twin City Road, how far did you how far from that corner to Waldo Road?
That might be a better question for Tim because he would have the map on there. I'm going to guess it's about 700 feet.
No, reason I'm asking you, that resident, they also have, I don't know, they have kind of concern to make a walking path up to there. I'm just asking you what, did they talk what kind of cost in your project is maybe able to do it or not?
Correct. Well, we haven't really considered that because if you go up Twin Cities towards Waldo Road, there's very few residents. And if you were to get a sidewalk, where would it go to? Because everything to the west of our project is going to be 2-acre parcels or other existing homes. So there's no sidewalk to the west of us. So to build one to the east, it didn't make a lot of sense to planning when we, submitted the map. But if there's a different input, again, we're open.
And you're a good guesser, Brian. It's 800 feet. I measured on Google Earth. But, there's also issues of, there's 4 different parcels there, 4 different property owners, and getting, dedication of right away from properties we don't control is difficult. Our plan is to, from Marengo Road, transition to Twin Cities Road as a 2-lane facility going east.
Thank you. Thank you. The other, my question is, that the letter we received from, I believe in Sierra Club 350 Echo, Mr. Hoffman, could you a little bit explain to us, and the report said it's not a significant impact, what they're telling us is a significant effect. Could you a little bit explore the letter? Is as a department, our opinion is okay. We don't want anything backlash on that.
Sure. We received that letter on our CAP, the Climate Action Plan. That is an adopted plan, and it meets the standards for our GHG gases through 2030. Staff's opinion is it is a valid plan. It was supported by the local air district. We had some other stakeholders that supported that plan. It was adopted by the council, and the Sierra Club and the other two environmental groups, they have provided these comments on the most recent documents, environmental documents that we've had, both for Simmerhorn, for Fairway Oaks, for this project. But we feel that they are adequate environmental documents that we've prepared for these projects, and they are based upon the approved cap that we have. Does that help?
Yeah, it can help.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. At this time, that's the only information or question I have. Now I would like to ask any other council member.
Mayor, I'm sorry, go ahead, Vice Mayor Lozano.
Yeah, do you have any?
I have a quick question.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm hoping it's quick. I did read in the conditions for approval in our staff report where it talked about having the ability to gather permits for grading and such on the project site prior to the construction beginning. My question is this: one of the comments we received from one of the community members, the neighbors, there is that there are existing drainage issues on a couple of the properties. And I'm sorry, I tried to look for the exact address and I believe he provided it, but anyhow, and I think one of my colleagues mentioned it earlier, but my question is this: if there's existing drainage issues, clearly the project cannot exacerbate that issue by permit or probably code, I would imagine. But more, but to look at it more in a bigger picture, how does that affect? I mean, clearly we have a community going, being proposed for a specific area that has been, for the most part, undisturbed for many years in terms of grading. How does that work, and where does that I understand the flow of the community once it's built is going to go northwest, but how does that work in the interim, and how do you avoid impacts to other community members as you build?
Tim, that's you, I think.
Or I'll chime in. Generally, as you noted, everything flows kind of from Twin Cities Road to the northwest, and that's where we are directing flows. And so where it flows from the east into our site, we actually have a gap between lots. You might remember on the illustrative plan to accept that water into our site and take it into our storm drain system. And then there's actually a release point. Our main release point is to the northwest, but there is a ditch that drains to the west at the midpoint of our project. And so the question is, do we want to maintain that existing flow as is, or do we just take that into our storm drain system? And so generally you have to, like you said, by standard, you can't increase offsite flows.
Now that's for the construction process that I was speaking of, but what do you do to ensure that these neighbors don't have additional water flow or other kind of flow onto their property as a result of the project after the completion of the project?
Sure. So we will be preparing with the subdivision improvement plans a detailed drainage study that looks at all of this and gets into a lot more detail of pre versus post construction flows, how this detention basin will retain that water and slowly release it. So we'll get into all that detail. The grading operation will happen typically in the summer when it's not raining, and then we hopefully get everything graded out and protected. We have protection requirements for erosion control and the rest of that. So it'll be designed per the detailed drainage study that is yet to be prepared.
Okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
All right, thank you. Any other council member?
Yes, yes, Mr. Mayor, I do have just one last question or comment. Cindy, and not that I disbelieve you, but could staff double check those numbers on the parkland dedication? Because I'm looking at, we have a 5 acre per thousand population and at 204 units at over three persons per household. I think we're at 3.2.
You're correct. It's 3.47.
It is 3.47. Okay, because it just seemed low. Okay,
Yeah.
and then they would get credit for what is private.
Yes.
The balance would be paid. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Sorry.
The other question, I know we've, this has been, told that it will be an executive type of project. And, I certainly don't disbelieve that, but my question to the developer is would you be willing to accept any form of a condition that would establish minimum square footages on the homes to be constructed? Because you made the statement that there are going to be larger homes, but not necessarily more children. So would you entertain that in order to provide some level of assurance to the city that we would actually get a home in the executive area?
I think that we would be open to something like that. We're going to have a mix of sizes of homes. So you're going to have some smaller homes, maybe the 1,800 square foot, and then we're going to have some 2,500 foot, maybe up to 3,000 square foot homes. Being that we're not actually building the project or haven't had designs in front of us yet, it's really hard to say, but to have some sort of a minimum square footage, I don't think that we'd be opposed to that.
Would 1,800 or 2,000 square feet be acceptable?
I think 1,800 would probably be reasonable, because that gives us the flexibility to create that would be a one level, maybe a 3-bedroom, 1-story home, something like that. And then it could go up from there. But yeah, we don't intend to build 1,000 or 1,200 square foot homes. It's not the intent of what we're seeking.
And as a percentage of the entire subdivision, is there a number that minimum would apply to?
To be honest with you, I don't have an answer to that, because we're not at that stage in development. So, you're going to have homes that fit different size lots.
Sure.
The lots are generally bigger, so they should accommodate 2,000 square feet and up homes.
Easily.
But I really couldn't commit to anything, a percentage at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
That's all.
Mr. Brian, I'm going to piggyback that question Council Member Campion have it.
Okay.
Because if these lots, these houses, we say it's exact, 1,800 square foot minimum is not. We already have in the city, I think Council Member Farmer mentioned on the Keystone, that same thing, 6,500 or 7,000 square foot lot, have a 32, 35, 100 square foot houses on that.
Correct, and it's going to make sense.
But my thing is, I know council member campaign asking if something is a condition, something that can be your minimum, and then I know you guys can be maybe going to sell that land to the developer, he can make a decision, but if there is in the conditions, so developer can make that happen. And we like to be like, this can be a little bit high end, gated community, and we like to be like this. In this house we approve a lot of small houses that, that's a different variety, is good for the city too. So you might we cannot answer this right away, but just keep in mind if something you guys can do.
And I appreciate that. Thank you so much. What I think what really it'll come down to is the design review, because when these houses get proposed to be built, they're going to have to go through planning commission. And that's when the city could really say they approve or don't approve the size of the homes. But we're just not at that stage yet. So it's not really, I'm not really in a position to say exactly 100% what we're going to have built there yet, because we just haven't gotten to that spot yet. But the city still controls the ability to change or make the homes bigger if they want to when it gets to, the planning commission and design review.
If I may, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, go ahead.
That's really not the case. If you're going to get an established minimum, you can ask for, but if they have their zoning, the subdivision, and a vested right, the city's ability to require minimum square footages or increase the square footage, we are significantly, if not legally, barred from doing such a thing. And I would, if Ms. Hood disagrees with me, but if you meet the zoning and you are simply following.
No, I do not disagree.
Okay. So I guess our point is that if the city council is going to establish a minimum square footage for these homes, you can, now would be the time to do it. He's agreed to 1,800 square feet. That's not an executive home, and I agree with you. What the city can do at the point that Brian's talking about is look at the architectural elevations, exterior elevations, and you can comment and make changes, but to require increased square footage simply for the sake of that, we wouldn't be able to do it. That's all I had to say on that.
Mr. Mayor, if I could go.
Yeah.
Next or last, I'm not sure if Councilman Councilman Lamson has anything, but mine may be a couple minutes.
Yeah, go ahead.
So first, I want to thank you to Mr. Wilson and to Mr. Denham for coming and bringing this project to Galt. I know you guys have probably done a ton of legwork on this, and there's been a lot of time spent on it, and I am very cognizant of that. A couple points I would like to make. I want to get something straight. So what we're looking at here is we're looking at a subdivision with anywhere from 1,800 to 20-something hundred square foot homes on 6,500 square foot lots, possibly 8,000 square foot lots for a part of it, with a gated entry and divided possibly by a wall around the entire thing, depending on what provisions the council puts on that or doesn't. This whole project was being presented as something Galt doesn't have. First of all, I don't even consider 2,500 as executive. I'm sorry, I just don't. We have houses that are 1,000 square foot more than that in Galt already in our neighborhoods. So I think it's misleading by saying that. Not to say that it's not, wouldn't be a good subdivision, but I'm just pointing that out. 6,500 square foot lot really is more like R1C, which is like standard subdivision style lots. It's not by any means large. So I think the executive, that the narrative that's an executive, I think is is not accurate. I think really all we have here is a private neighborhood, which that is definitely what it will be. Also having a park that may or may not be used by people outside of the neighborhood. So there's that too. Not sure. So I think there's a lot of things here that are just, I think this project has, to be honest with you, and I don't, and please, you know, gentlemen, don't take any offense to my comments. I'm only just, sometimes I just shoot from the hip. And, but I think this project has a little bit of an identity crisis. So that's neither here nor there. Look, you know, we don't have a gated neighborhood in Galt, so I'll give you that. And I think, you know, there is some safety or some privacy for sure that comes with a project like that, that some people would want. But for me, I step back and look at things, you know, in many different, from many different angles. And when I look at a project, and since I've been on council, you know, we've approved several projects, some very large, a few small. And to me, those projects made a lot of sense because they were puzzle pieces. My initial concern with this project is that it's not a puzzle piece. It's clearly, as one of our citizens stated, more like a sore thumb. And I would even confirm that even further by saying that it is very unlikely, even based on my comments and even you guys even confirming it yourselves, that it's very unlikely that the property surrounding this on the three sides is ever going to be developed into a similar product. So what you're going to ultimately end up with is ranchettes with the little subdivision popped right in the middle, and that's the way it's going to be forever. So it's just an anomaly to me. I look at, you know, what are the benefits to Galt? We had a citizen that said, you know, well, we have tax dollars. You know, there's going to be a tax generation, and we're going to have homes for our people. And I don't dispute either of those, except that I would like to point out that, you know, and I've said this many before, it's, you know, to echo my late father, you know, it's not how much you make, it's how much you spend. I think that bodes well for many applications. And we just cannot simply in Galt, and this is nothing to do with your particular project, but we just cannot simply in Galt think that building houses and more rooftops over and over and over is going to somehow solve our financial problems. It's just going to be a vicious circle that will never end. We are a bedroom community. We are lopsided with amenities to our citizens, house rooftops versus other commercial. We're with all the projects in the pipeline now, we're only getting more lopsided. You know, as somebody stated earlier, yeah, we have, you know, 3,200 homes in the pipeline right now. So if we basically, regardless if this project passes tonight, if we were just to say no more no more projects to be approved, you know, from here on out for the next 3 or 4 years, whatever. If everything in the pipeline that's been green lighted was to come to fruition, not counting stuff that just came online, you know, we're looking at roughly 10,000 people added to the community of Galt. I'm going to say that again, 10,000 people. That is a 40% increase to our population for a city that averages around 2% per year. That is huge. And we can say, well, maybe Eastview doesn't come on for 5 more years, or maybe it doesn't come on for 10 more years. But even if I gave it 10 years, you're still looking at, and this is again, without further projects coming online. I mean, that's naive to say we're not going to have other projects, but you know, that is a huge increase. So for us to sit here and say that, oh, we need to build these roofs because we need places for people to live. We have probably approved more projects in the last 2 years in this community than in the 15 years prior. Eastview obviously was a big one, but it's, so when I look at a project for Galt and I say, what does this do for the community? And I look at the property tax revenue, which is important. I get that. And we look at, okay, we're going to have places for people to live. But I think of the big picture and I think, you know, Galt, it has to make sense for Galt. When I look at any project I approve, I think it has to make sense. I do things deliberately. When I approved the notch, it was a deliberate because it's a puzzle piece. It's something that needed to be done. And then we have that commercial. You know, there's been some discussion here about the traffic. If we left this alone, which again, you know, according to our general plan, we're basically deviating from the general plan right now as far as the zoning. I mean, that's why we're asking for an amendment. So if we're using the general plan as a guideline, we're now detouring from that. And my concern is with that is to set a precedent. So if we deviate from that now, then are we going to just keep doing that? And we're going to keep saying, oh, well, we did it for this project, let's do it for this project. I mean, I don't agree with the commercial zoning. I think the rural residential on the back half and the commercial on the front was probably not a good idea. I think it should have probably been all rural residential because that would have been a very nice mesh with the surrounding. So, I mean, I hear comments here from my fellow colleagues, almost like as if we're trying to decide between, okay, our choice is either we make it a subdivision or we make it a mall. So we got to pick which one. Well, we don't have to do either. I mean, we could just, we could rezone it to rural residential and take the commercial out of it if we want to. If we're going to rezone something, we need to be open-minded. So again, just kind of summarizing my point here is that I just feel, unfortunately, that for me tonight, gentlemen, that this project is not a good fit for Galt. I don't think it fits a puzzle piece. I don't think it fits. I think it's just an anomaly. It's not logical. It doesn't make sense. I've heard a lot of different adjectives used, but for me, regardless of if we have 10 people opposed and 10 people agreed, that's outside of my feeling. I just think that, I just don't think it makes sense for Galt. I'm sorry, but for me tonight is going to be a no. But, I have the feeling that it's going to pass, and I do wish you guys luck on your project tonight. I'm sure you guys will do a good job at it. And then, and I could be wrong that it might be something great for Galt. But again, thank you for presenting that tonight and for bringing it forward to the council for consideration. So with that, I'm going to let somebody else speak.
Any other council member?
I have a concern that tonight, unless the applicant is willing to accept some conditions with regard to house sizes, I have a problem in that I don't know that we're going to get what we would like to see happen out here. If it's going to be private, gated, and an executive type development, then I think we need to ensure that it's going to be that. And I would have to have, minimum square footages on the house. Now maybe this changes at some point when the actual builder comes back, but I would have to have at least 20% of the homes at 2,200 square feet, and then up to 3,500 and pick some numbers in between at 20% intervals in order for this thing to go forward for me. I mean, if they say it's going to be executive, then it should be executive, and that's what the city should expect. And I'm not saying that those numbers are perfect, but 1,800 square feet is not an executive home. That's a very standard home and smaller than many of the subdivisions in the community. So I don't agree with that. If the applicant is willing to accept some special conditions, I think that the other issues can be resolved as they've been discussed tonight here with regard to the fencing, the high school district, street lights, and so forth. But at this point, that would conclude my comments.
Hey, Councilmember Campion, could I chime in?
Brian.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to jump in, Mr. Mayor.
Brian, let me before you jump in.
Yeah.
I have two concerns tonight.
Okay.
One is the concern because if we working the best interest to the city, that subdivision should be a high end because we want to be a different product in the city. A lot of citizens already, speak on that. If that product, we want to be a better product, so that's we compare with the other subdivision what we have. And there is a couple subdivision, their minimum almost 2,500 to up to 3,900 square foot they are.
Right.
And this executive committee, my other concern, I like to put a condition, the people in surrounding, we're talking about on the wall, I'm talking about, I know you guys can work with them, so they have to have some kind of surety. They will be satisfied what the surrounding wall on that project.
So I think we could definitely put up a solid wood fence. I think, you know, if you really think about it, a solid wall all the way around a whole project, that's not really feasible, nor what people want to have. I mean, you're talking about it's enclosed like almost like a prison or something like that. You know, we were talking about having some sort of a fence to the north that would be like a wrought iron that you could see through, you know, so you would still have the nice open space and preserve the rural area rather than make it look what might be considered as a prison or something like that. So you would obtain the same effect in that you could prevent animals and people from, you know, leaving the project and going to adjacent properties, but you would still maintain a much nicer look. And then as far as people in their backyards on the east and the west, you know, we were definitely amicable to putting up like a wood privacy fence. But, you know, again, a wall just seems like like more than what would make sense for this project for us.
Right. I'm not asking you the sound wall. I'm asking you, when you already talked to the city,
yes,
what is your opinion? Where you can satisfy them? What you might be when you have a conversation? What is the reasonable? I'm talking. I does not want it to prove tonight and then go back and you guys said no. There is, you know, I like to something. You already talked to them, and what kind of compromise you come up there, but they be satisfied or you be satisfied as a financial.
So when we spoke, what I was aware of was kind of what I had described, which was a privacy wood fence on the east and the west side of the property. And so you had privacy fence so you wouldn't see any neighbors. And then to the north, because we have a 8-acre wetland, like an open space, on the property line, we were going to put a wrought iron fence so you could see through it, but nobody could cross it. You couldn't just step over it. And that's what I had felt we worked out when I met the neighbors. But if it's something different, you know, I'm definitely open to it, but it seems like that was a reasonable solution for everyone.
My next question, if that project will approve, you are willing to work with them as a good faith?
Absolutely, we'll work with them. And if you want to make it a condition that we have privacy fences and wrought iron at the north, that's a fine condition for us. We have no problem, you know, taking that forward. Also, you know, to speak to the size of the homes, this isn't something that has been brought up to us in the past, so we hadn't, you know, really thought a whole lot about it. But, you know, I think that what are your guys' ideas? You know, I mean, it sounds like there's some ideas you have, but at the end of the day, if you build a 4,000 square foot, $800,000 home, is there a buyer for it? You know, does that meet the local economy? When we first started this project with the planning department, we were talking between 1,800 and 2,800 square foot homes. And that penciled, that made sense. It fit the demographic. It's a move up home for some people. But you start doing 3,500 and 4,000 square foot homes, I just don't know that there's a market for that that size of a home.
But I'm talking, according to the market, you guys know better than me. But you know, there is the people. You know, I'm talking about. Look at that. This city, we want to be a small house, mid-side, and high-end. So all variety. That's why last time we approved some apartment, because you know, when anybody, young kids going, you know, first job, they need to be affordable. And I'm talking about if that development have a you know, that they have a gated community, and you know, this is kind of my opinion, and there is a demand on that. But you guys, you know, you guys have a much more knowledge or much more, you know, consultation on that.
Correct. And
If tonight, if we can say, okay, 2,500 to 3,500 can be, and if when it go through the same thing in the next day to the planning commission, if you feel you can convince them that you guys can change it.
okay. Well, what I would maybe suggest is you're going to have some smaller homes because there's some 6,500 square foot lots, and then there's some 10,000 square foot lots, and so we're going to have a variety of sizes. I still think that I'll use Serrano and El Dorado Hills as an example. They have executive homes that are 1,800 square foot, 3-bedroom homes. And, they go up to 33,000 or 3,500 square foot homes. And so, they're still, because of the neighborhood they're in, they're considered executive. With that being said,
no, but El Dorado Hills, that's a different location. That's, is the price of the lot is much higher than over there.
Right.
And you guys know that.
And that's the type of project we're trying to bring to Galt, quite honestly. That's the type of project. This project was designed by Tim at Wood Rogers, and he designed it after Serrano, which he actually did the designs on in the 90s. And so we're kind of modeling it after that. I guess I would just ask, what are you guys, or you or Councilman Campion, what are you proposing as sizes? Because we just hadn't really thought about that. It wasn't anything that we had thought about, but we're definitely open to working it out tonight. And, we want to get our project approved.
Mr. Mayor, can I comment?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
So Brian, I mean, I can sense you're frustrated, and and I apologize for what may have had conversation with prior to coming in tonight, but I just want to remind you that this is the Galt City Council, and this is where the ultimate decisions are made. So I mean, if you want your project approved, you're going to have to, we're going to have to come some kind of agreement with my fellow council members here on what this is. I think what I'm hearing echoed, and what I agree with, with my fellow councilmember Campion and the mayor so far, I'm sure the rest of them as well, is that, this just doesn't seem like, we were looking at this project, at least I was speaking personally, I was looking at this project as this is something unique to Galt. This isn't really unique at all, except that it has a wall around it. Well, and actually it doesn't have a wall around it. It's got a wall in the front, but it doesn't have a wall in the back. So I'm struggling to even find the uniqueness in this thing. What I feel like tonight, and again, I'm going to be a straight shooter with you here, Brian. What I feel like is you're selling us a Mercedes and we're getting a Honda. I mean, if you want this product to be different and you want it to be the diamond of the community, which is what I was kind of thinking that was going to be brought to us tonight, we're way off on square footage of houses. There's discussion of, well, we can't put a wall around it because it's going to be like a prison. I mean, that's a strong statement. I don't think people that lived in gated neighborhoods that are surrounded by walls, would feel that way. I know I wouldn't, but I think that, if you're going to build an executive product, it has to be an executive, and you're questioning, where's their price point for that? But I don't know, you guys are the developers, but look, I mean, we have lots of homes, in town that are north of 2,500. We got, in town. And so, I think if this is going to pass tonight, it's going to have to be larger homes, lot size increases for sure. Cause 65 to me is just standard. I think there's some privacy issues with the wall or not the wall. I think this whole thing about whether or not the park can be used by outside people. I mean, first of all, I would never buy a house in a gated neighborhood if I thought outside citizens could come in and use my park. I mean, I'm just going to be frank with you. So, I mean, I think there's a lot of things that need to be nailed down in here. Hopefully that, my other council members can jump in and state what they would like to see. And hopefully you guys can come to an agreement. But for me, I'm kind of on the same page with my fellow council members as far as if this did go through, that's what I would like to see. So anyways, there's my 2 cents again. Thanks.
Can I ask the clarification? Because I'm open to having some square footage restrictions. What are you suggesting?
Well, for me, I think, you probably need to be looking at 8,000 minimum, because 65 is just normal. That's R1C, by our guidelines. That's not a large lot. I mean, you can make a bigger house and fit it on a 6,500, but then you're going to have houses shoved together, which I don't think people really like. I think as far as square footage, I mean, I think, you know, just to be kind of a little bit, you know, negotiable with you, I think you should be looking at low 2000s, like 22 minimum and up, because again, you know, executive just, I just don't consider, I think every council member sitting in this room, with the exception of me now, because I just moved, but probably lives in a house that's bigger than 2,000 square feet. And so I just don't, that wouldn't be an upgrade for most of us. So, I mean, if it's got to be an upgrade neighborhood, it needs to be that. If we're going to put something different in this town and make it look fabulous and say, hey, that's a great, you know, unique project to Galt, it has to be unique. So,
Mr. Mayor, can I chime? I'm sorry, Councilmember Farmer, are you done? Okay.
yes, sir. Go ahead.
All right. Mr. Mayor, may I speak?
Yeah, go ahead.
Brian, I do not sense a sense of frustration from you. I just don't. But I would agree that when the project is pitched as executive, there has to be more to it than just your standard home in your standard neighborhood. I live in a neighborhood that that you just described. You know, anywhere from 1,800 square feet to, I don't know, 2,600 square feet or something like that. I don't necessarily, and this is my personal opinion, I don't necessarily equate square footage of a home or a lot as whether it's executive or not. I know tons of people that live in gated communities, and there's something to be said about a gated community. Personally, and again, this isn't the Rich Lozano personal show, but I could never live in a gated community because that's just not my thing. But does that make it not, does that make it, because it's an 18 or 20, 2,000 square foot home, make it not executive? I don't think so. I've been in 2,500 or 2,200 square foot homes in Serrano from time to time. And, that's just what people like. And I think some of it has to say, some of it is the privacy of the park facility. In one particular neighborhood that I've been in before. The other is the privacy of the community that makes it executive of sorts. I would agree with my colleagues that any less than the 1,800 to 2,000 square foot home in a community it's kind of the same thing that we have now. But I think that this project is different in that it's a gated community that that people would probably want to buy. But I do think there should be some square foot minimums, and I think that in my mind, before Council Member Campion was speaking, in my mind, I was thinking about 2,000 square foot home on a 6,500 square foot lot, single story, maybe long. Again, when I think of an executive home, I don't think of just size. I mean, I just don't. I think it's a community that you're buying into. It's the product, what goes into the product. I could certainly probably design and build a 2,000 square foot home that's much more rich in product than a 3,500 square foot home, and probably cost more. And so there's more to it than just square footage, and I recognize that. But I would be open to proposing a minimum square footage of 1,800 to 2,000 square feet, whatever kind of works in that range. Again, kind of hard to say when you haven't really designed anything, but certainly I don't think that this community is something that should have an 1,100 or 1,200 square foot home in. But certainly something right around the 1,800 to 2,000 square foot range. But it is more than that. And I want to go back because Councilman Farmer mentioned this, and I may have misspoke earlier. I was just looking to see if the community would be willing to let us program as a city on a field. I get that people are going to be paying for that, and they're probably not going to want the city programming on it. But I thought I'd throw it out there because I'm always looking for more of a benefit to the city. I think the other benefit to this project really is, and again, I don't want people to take this one piece that I'm talking about and say, well, he only wants it because of X. But I think another benefit is that intersection at Marengo and Twin Cities. Who knows when Eastview will be built? And let's be honest, I think we pulled 30 building permits last year in the city, maybe a little bit more. I just throw that number out because I heard that at one point. So who knows when that's going to be built? This certainly will allow for that intersection to be improved prior to development of any new homes out into that southeast area of Marengo behind the high school. So that is also another benefit. And I know that at some point somebody's going to say I was wanting a traffic light, and that's why I thought the development was good. That's only one piece of many. And so I do think it brings more people in. It's not rooftops aren't going to solve our debt issues. I get that, and I, like I've said for many years, in government budgeting, it's a mixture of things. It's sales tax revenue, it's industrial, commercial, rooftop. It's a mixture of things. We're going to put if this project would put 204 homes, which is at three people per home, 600 more people buying product at our local stores. Again, that in and of itself isn't going to solve the problem, but I think that it does do some things that does improve the city to some degree. And so, but I would be willing to look at that. And I like the fact that you'd be willing to put in some fencing on the east and west side. I think that's appropriate, and certainly having a wrought iron fence out the back is more than appropriate as well. In that it doesn't, it's a nice change from residential to open space, and we see that in many areas in Sacramento County that have been developed, and it's actually really good. It looks really good. And it'll be upkept with the upkeep will be there with the homeowners association. So those are my comments for now. Like I said, I like the project in concept. I'd love to see some designs. I know you're not there, but certainly having a minimum condition of a minimum square footage of the house would be appropriate, I think. And that's all I have for right now.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I could go. If I could offer a suggestion for the council to consider, as well as the applicant, I would propose minimum house square footages as follows: a minimum of 2,000 square feet for 20%, 2,400 for 20%, 2,800 for 20%, 3,200 for 20%, and 3,500 for the balance, which is 20%. And if the applicant, the applicant would necessarily need to agree to this in order for it to be imposed. So I offer that as a suggestion at this time, as a modified condition of approval.
Council Member Campion, similar you said, but I'm just kind of recommending Brian is a decision maker. If they can minimum is 2,000, and then the maximum let them whatever they decide. And the second condition is a good faith or whatever in the condition, you want to make sure satisfied. You already talk to the neighbor about the fencing.
Well, Mr. Mayor, my concern is that I don't want all 2,000 square foot lots or homes built out there. So I think that if the applicant is acceptable, if this is acceptable to him, I would put that included in a form of the motion, assuming we get to that point, as a condition of approval.
So that's me. You said how many percent for 2,000?
20.
20%. And how many percent for 24?
20.
Okay, but if they want to make maybe bigger than 24, they can
That
do
would
it.
be fine. That would, again, that is a minimum.
Oh, okay.
It's a minimum quantity of 2,400 square feet for 20% of the subdivision. So they can obviously build larger if they'd like.
Yeah. I'm agree.
Okay, well,
Are all, I like that too with the 2,000 minimum. And also I completely agree with the wrought iron fence because it makes it appear open. I don't think the neighbors are gonna wanna look at a big old fence. I think it'll be like a sore thumb. I think it makes it flow better. And I think the neighbors even agree to that because of course they have fences with their pigs and I know one of them with their pigs and things like that. So they have open fencing also. And I think that will help with the flow. So I don't think we need a closed in fence. And I'm okay with the 2,000 starting.
So Brian is okay?
yes, council, thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. Yes, we can accept those conditions. I think they'll work for our project. I apologize if I got caught a little bit off guard. We just really hadn't discussed sizes in the past. But I think that that's an acceptable condition and we look forward to doing the project.
Mr. Council Member Campion, I have a question.
Yes.
If we can, we can have, I believe there is a 5 different motion we can do, but how that condition is can be doing after the separate, right?
What I'd like to do is because there's several amended conditions is have us go, I think it would be easiest to go over the amended conditions, have the applicant agree to those and then move to the formal motions, assuming we can get agreement on that. And I would be willing to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would, with regard to the home sizes, again, I would say minimum 2,000 at 20%, 2,400 square feet at 20%, 2,800 at 20%, 3,200 at 20%, 3,500 at 20%. And again, those are minimums. So that would be number one. And I would ask specifically the applicant if they are in agreement to that condition being added to their development as a condition of approval.
Yes, we are acceptable to that condition.
Okay. And is that acceptable to majority of council?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, sorry, I was having a hard time finding my mute button. I think that's a good plan moving forward.
Agree.
All right. Any other comment come during Tina?
Well, I think we still have to touch on the issue of the fencing. I mean, I'm good with wrought iron fencing to the rear and solid fencing on the east and west sides. Not necessarily requiring masonry though.
But good, Brian said he can work with the.
I'll ask Brian if he's acceptable to masonry. I mean, I didn't hear that, but
I think the condition of privacy wood fences on the east and west and the wrought iron to the north would be acceptable to us. And that's a good condition.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, I just want to make sure that the fence to the north, because there's wetlands, that we make sure we're not violating any requirements, putting in footings and things like that. So we might want to soften the fence to the north a little, that to the extent we can, based upon the wetlands.
Right, but we have to follow all the regulation anyway. But if anybody, is agreement, is we have to follow whatever is guidelines from the federal.
and then the last 2 items I would have is we would amend condition number A17 to include the high school district. And I think we should add street lights at streets F and E at the pedestrian corridors. And I think those are the only conditions that I had, unless there are others that the council would like to see imposed.
Any other council member, any other comment?
Mr. Mayor, before you guys do a roll call vote, we do have another raised hand.
Yeah,
No public comment is closed. However, if you would, I believe he had a email that was sent in through PubCom that was read by email by the clerk earlier, but the hand has been raised.
Okay, go ahead.
Excuse me, Mayor, you would need to reopen the public hearing if you're going to do that and then close again. So that's the one catch because you have closed the public hearing.
Now I would like to open the public hearing again. Go ahead, Rose.
Okay. Ron, they have reopened the public hearing for you to speak. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
I think you should go 100% over 2,000 and 50% over 2,500 to try and promise 3,500 square foot houses. Wow.
Can you hear me?
Ron?
Yes, go ahead, Ron.
Okay. First, I'd like to thank the council, for all these considerations. But the first thing is that prior rezoning, that didn't happen 20 or 30 years ago. That happened in the early 20s because I was the one that was placed in charge of representing the people on Waldo Road in the area in resisting that. And that passed all right up to the county. And when it got to the county supervisor says, "What does planning say?" Planning said no. And he said, "Why did it ever get that far?" As far as the commercial planning zoning, that zoning does not take effect until you people annex the land into your city. Right now, all of that land is still zoned A5. If you don't annex it, they can't build anything in there. And that was a pretty dirty deal. I was at the meeting when that happened. That was discussed. Everyone was against it. The commission sidelined it, council, till everyone went home. And at the last minute, they brought it up and approved it. I was there right till the very end. Again, on the fencing, I realize fencing is expensive, but we were looking at several things. One is wood fencing deteriorates quickly. You can drive along any freeway and see some of these housing additions that have been there 5 or 10 years. And if the owners didn't get out there and replace it, not only does it look bad, but it starts to go. One of the main concepts behind requesting a solid wall on the east and the north was so the farmers could retain both their hunting abilities and the abilities to eradicate pests. We have coyotes, we have skunks, we have other things here that are after our pets and after, I personally don't have any chickens, but the other people have stuff. And I still think one thing you guys aren't considering is everybody's glad to move in, but as soon as we start plowing or getting in a tractor out there early in the morning doing something, and the dust and the fertilizer, and they say, "Oh my God, the fertilizer is poison." You've got to stop this. It's
Yeah. This is the other Ron Lutzenheiser's son. One other thing to consider is I know that you were talking about how a wood fence would be fine as far as a security fence or a wood fence would block the view. But we mentioned there are agricultural animals out here. There are pigs, there are cows, there are horses, there are goats, there are chickens, there are all kinds of agricultural uses out here. And a chain link fence or a wood fence is not going to segregate the existing uses out here from the new owners. Are you going to want to buy an executive property in this subdivision and be backed up to chickens, cows, horses, and pigs, especially if you don't have a solid, like a masonry wall or something like that between you? If you've got just a wooden fence, it's going to deteriorate and fall down or be, easily damaged.
Won't be as high.
It's not going to be as high. It's not going to be soundproofed. It's not going to, prevent some of the smells and dust and other things from getting through as easily as a better fencing or wall configuration. it's a big concern. It really is. For the owners out here already, that is an incredibly huge concern for all of us.
We've been here 40 years. We moved out here because it was a farm. Second thing is, I don't think you're being realistic about the drainage to the northwest corner. Mr. Hessler, who's one of the people signed on my letters, they already have flooding when it rains. I realize right now that sounds kind of silly, but when it does rain or when there's over irrigation, that road the man was talking about that goes west along the north end of the property, it goes west and dead ends before it reaches Howshite Road.
You mean the ditch?
The ditch. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. What did I say?
You said the road.
Mr. Ron, I'm sorry, a 5-minute time limit is up.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate listening. I appreciate the mayor coming out and talking to us. And I appreciate Mr. Farmer's attitude, definitely.
Thank you, Ron. Thanks a lot. Thank you. So Rose, anybody else?
Nope, there is no more public comments on the attendee side.
All right, now I'm going to close the public hearing and bring him back to the council for any comment.
I have a quick question for Councilmember Campion. You mentioned some additional street lighting, and I didn't have the illustrative plan up yet. I was scrolling through. Which intersections or which streets were you mentioning that they?
I believe street E and F at the corridor where the pedestrian corridor goes between the homes. So they'd be both mid-block.
Oh, got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I understand now. Thank you.
Okay, sure.
All right, any other council members, staff, or developer, anybody may want to make any comment? Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Farmer.
So was there some decision about the specific fencing concerns, or is this something that we're just gonna, if you guys approve it tonight, you're gonna leave that up to when the design comes back? Or I mean, because I'm not really sure. I mean, obviously there were some good points made, and I think those are not just good points really about the people that live there in the county, like the Lutzenheisers. I mean, they made good points that are definitely going to be concerns of the people that buy these houses too. So I think you need to be looking at it from both perspectives, and we got to remember this is the country. So I think that this fencing thing is a real hang up, and it needs to be figured out. Not before, I don't know. Just want to bring it up again.
If I could just comment, when Ron was speaking, something passed through my mind about whatever kind of fencing is put up there is going to be regulated by a homeowners association, which in many respects has a lot more teeth into what they do than municipal code. Again, opinion of one. So, in terms of effectiveness of or the fencing and the upkeep, I think that they will have some teeth into their restrictions within the community that will ensure maintenance of those facilities. That's just as he was speaking, that's kind of what popped into my mind. But I do want to just add one thing real quick before I move on. I want to thank all the community that spoke tonight, the different perspectives, and certainly all of the email and text messaging and stuff that's been going on the last few days over this. And I certainly appreciate everyone's different perspectives, and thank you for taking the time to, many of you staying up later. I guess it's not real late, but seems like it is. Just and hanging in there with us and providing that input. So that's all I have.
Thank you. Mr. Brian, just you heard their concern, and this is just my suggestion. When you guys doing the project, it's much easier to do the project is a smooth way if you keep the surrounding happy. So I'm talking about is good faith, work with them, how the way you satisfied them, and I believe it can work.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate that. And we will continue to outreach and work with the community.
Thank you. If nobody have no question, then I will now entertain a motion to adopt the resolution approving the initial study mitigated negative declaration and the mitigation monitoring and reporting program for the summer field at Twin City project. Anybody on?
I'll move that.
Second.
Is moved by Council Member Campion, second by Council Member Lamson. Tina, may I have a roll call vote, please?
Vice Mayor Lozano,
Aye.
Councilmember Farmer,
No.
Councilmember Campion,
Aye.
Councilmember Lamson.
Aye.
Mayor Sandu.
Aye. Motion passes with 4-1. I will now entertain a motion to adopt the resolution approving the annexation of 58 acres.
So moved.
Second.
Motion moved by Council Member Lamson, second by Council Member Campion. Tina, may I have a roll call vote, please?
Vice Mayor Lozano,
Aye.
Councilmember Farmer,
No.
Councilmember Campion,
Aye.
Councilmember Lamson. Mayor Sandu.
Aye. Motion passes with 4-1. Now I will entertain a motion to adopt the resolution approving the amendment to the city general plan. There are motion out there.
Aye. So moved.
A motion moved by Council Member Campion,
Second.
second by Vice Mayor Lozano. Tina, may I have a roll call vote, please?
Vice Mayor Lozano,
Aye.
Councilmember Farmer,
No.
Councilmember Campion,
Aye.
Councilmember Lamson.
Aye.
Mayor Sandu.
Aye. Motion passes by 4-1. I will now entertain a motion to introduce by title only and waive further reading of the ordinance approving the proposed pre-zoning of 58 acres Summerfield at Twin City Road project to R1C PDOS and PQP.
So moved.
Motion
Second.
moved by Vice Mayor Lozano, second by Council Member Campion. Tina, may I have a roll call vote, please?
Vice Mayor Lozano,
Aye.
Councilmember Farmer,
No.
Councilmember Campion,
Yes.
Councilmember Lamson.
Aye.
Mayor Sandu.
Aye. Motion passes with 4-1. I will now entertain a motion to adopt the resolution approving the large lot vesting tentative map and small lot tentative subdivision map for Summerfield at Twin City Road project. May I have a motion?
I would move that with the conditions that we spoke of earlier, and do we need to, Kimberly, do you want us to reiterate those?
I think we just need to highlight such as the 2,400 square foot minimum. And the fencing conditions that I think it was to return for further review, design review.
Okay, on the fencing, that's fine. And then add a condition or modify condition A17 regarding the high school, adding the high school. The street lights at the pedestrian corridor of streets F and E, and the minimum square footage of the homes to be 2,000 square feet for 20% and 20% for the following: 2,400, 2,800, 3,200, and 3,500. Those would all be minimums. And I would like to have the applicant, you agree to these specific conditions to be imposed upon the map?
Yes, we agree that we'll accept those conditions.
Okay.
Do we need a second? I'll second.
And that would be for both, those conditions would be on both maps.
Correct.
Well, motion moved by Councilmember Campion and second by Councilmember Lamson. Tina, may I have a roll call vote, please?
Vice Mayor Lozano,
Aye.
Councilmember Farmer,
No.
Councilmember Campion,
Aye.
Councilmember Lamson,
Aye.
Mayor Sandu,
Aye. Motion passes by 4-1. Thank you. Next agenda item H, regular calendar. Subject coronavirus COVID-19 update. Mr. Hines. You guys are quiet for a while.
Yes. Listening intently. Listening intently.
Thank you.
All right. Well, I have some somber news. As I mentioned, the somber news continues, should I say. Just wanted to give you the update on the COVID numbers. I'll start with the city of Galt, and we're going to measure these numbers from the last council meeting, which was September 1st. And on September 1st, we were, as a city, we had 551 cases. As of today, that caseload has gone up 35. And so we sit at 586 cases here within the city of Galt. On September 1st, when we had our council meeting, last council meeting, we had a total of 6 deaths as a result of this pandemic. I'm troubled to say that we've increased that death number by 1. And so we now sit at 7 deaths here in the city of Galt. Countywide, on September 1st, Sacramento County was at 18,052 cases. That caseload has gone up 2,383 cases. And so Sacramento County sits at 20,435 right now. As far as the deaths countywide, the numbers on September 1st, there were 293 deaths in Sacramento County as a result of this pandemic. That number has grown by 63 to 356 deaths in Sacramento County as of today. I wish I had better news for you, but as you can tell, and as you can see, the pandemic continues, and we all must take precautions out there to protect ourselves and each other. And that's my report for tonight, Mayor.
Thank you. Council member, any question? Any comment? Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I do have a comment.
Yeah,
if I may. Mr. Hines, it's kind of this issue has been kind of bothering me a little bit, and I think we all received an email from a person in our community regarding field usage and park usage, and you know, this COVID thing's been tough on everybody, and I get it. But I think that at least we should look at getting some information out to the community about what's still acceptable use of park facilities and what's not. You know, I'm going to steal a little bit from what Councilmember Farmer has said in the past, and it just the equity, and that's what this email was based on earlier this week, maybe even today. I can't remember. I've gotten so many emails, but you know, the equity of use of public facilities is just kind of driving me crazy a little bit right now. And I will have to say this: it's you know, we want people to be out doing what they can do to stay healthy during this time. Now, I get it that we've had some bad air quality days and such, but outside of that, why would we, as a state or a county health office or a governing body of sorts, you know, say, you know, one group is okay to exercise, but leisurely family exercise out in the community or at a specific facility is not okay. And that's, it bothers me in that, you know, it's almost like, as I understood Mr. Solis's explanation earlier during public comment was, you know, if you're part of this pay to play group of sorts, whether it's a private organization or a nonprofit organization or somebody through our park and rec department, you can have the ability to play or be a part of this group that participates out on the field. But if you're not, then you can't, and it just doesn't seem quite right. Maybe I'm missing something here. So um, can somebody explain to me? And I'm sure there's a great explanation, but it just is not sitting right with me in my conscience. And you know, I read every single email that citizens email me, and I do my best to respond to every single one of them. And this one just was one that kind of stuck out to me.
Okay, I'm going to let Armando respond to that.
Councilman Lozano, I'll answer that question the same way I answer it to all the citizens that contact me. Is I can't explain their decision making that they're making at the state and county level. I have a meeting once a week with the Parks and Rec directors of Sacramento County, held by the Sacramento County Parks Director, and she's our liaison between us and the health department. We continually ask why we can't, and we get the answers. These are the health orders. Last week, we even asked, why can't we open the playgrounds? They said, you just can't right now. It's not safe to open it. We're going, well, these kids are playing on the baseball fields. They're playing on the soccer fields. They're playing tennis. Why can't we open up the playgrounds? And we get that, no, you can't do that. I mean, I know Councilman Lamson was talking about a drive-in movie. They put so many restrictions on that drive-in movie that we appealed it, and basically they said, no, you have to sit in your car with your mask on, and you cannot get out of it. And even though you'll be 10 feet away from the next group. I can't explain what's behind their decisions, and I wish I had a great explanation for you and these citizens. But I don't. I'm sorry.
I appreciate that, Armando, and again, I don't want it to come across that I'm taking my frustration out on staff, because you guys have done an awesome job trying to communicate with the community and do what we can. But I just, it kind of goes back to the same old thing that we've been dealing with for 6 months, and certainly in the last several months with our business community as well. It's the same record being played over and over. And I don't know if there is another, I would ask Mr. Hines if there is another way that we can influence as a group, influence the decision makers that are making these decisions, because it just does not make sense to me. And I mean, we're giving out waivers for schools to go back into session, but we can't play in a park. I mean, so it's just not making sense to me. And so could I ask that you at least take a look at what we could do as a governing body here to send a letter, go down and meet with whatever it looks like. And I say drag in, I mean, we're members of CPRS, right? The California Park and Recreation Society. We have we're building and continuing to build relationships with community groups, including the Chamber of Commerce. And I'd say, we all grab each other and go down and find out who we can meet with. And, it's just frustrating for me. So I don't want to beat a dead horse, but I appreciate your work on the report tonight. But whatever we can do, we need to do something sooner than later. It's not just an economic issue; it's also a mental health issue, I believe. So
Vice Mayor Lozano,
can I make one point, please?
Sure. Go ahead, Armando.
I want you to know that the open spaces in the parks are open. What Mrs. Harper is talking about are the controlled facilities, which are like the community park baseball field, the soccer fields at Walker, that are typically locked and not used by the public. Greer Basin would be the one and only that we do open up, typically after school and on the weekends. So any open area in the park, so Walker Park, they could go in that area between the two soccer fields and use that area should they choose to.
Right.
Well, let's get that communicated out to the community then. It's just, it's again frustrating for me and on many fronts, and it's not just the parks and recreation, but it's also the business, what we're doing to businesses and what we're allowing, not allowing, and just kind of frustrating. And I think we take another stab at whatever we can take a stab at, and I know we're not the only community dealing with it, but I don't represent the other communities. So quite honestly, so anyhow, that's all I have.
So Vice Mayor Lozano and members of the council, I just wanted to just let you know, I'll be meeting with one of our county supervisors later this month, and I will add that to the agenda of things to discuss.
Mr. Mayor, if I could.
Yeah,
make
go
a
ahead.
quick comment. First of all, I just want to say amen, Vice Mayor Lozano, for bringing that up. I too, we all got the email from Mrs. Harper, and I just want to say, Armando, I know that you're just as frustrated with it. We're all just as frustrated, and I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I mean, the mandates and some of the guidelines are just absolutely ridiculous. I mean, inconsistency would be a kind word. I mean, people are struggling to understand exactly why can I do this and I can't do that. I mean, we got small businesses here that have dining rooms that really depend on the dining room. They don't have drive-throughs, they're not McDonald's, they're not Taco Bell, and they can't even have, 15 or 20 people legally in there eating. But I can go to, Walmart and literally have to avoid people walking in the aisles, but it's okay because I'm wearing a mask. I mean, I had a friend of mine made a good point, and this can really be applied to everything across the board on these mandates right now. And he said, it's not fair for the government to pick winners and losers. And if you really think about that comment, it's exactly what they're doing. And that can be anything from somebody being able to stay healthy in a park and somebody can't, or somebody can, conduct business and show record profits for a quarter, and somebody who's barely trying to survive. So I appreciate Mr. Hines, everything you could do. We've all actually spoken to our county supervisors. I know all of us have had letters and sent emails, and we've all been doing our part just so the community knows. I had an hour conversation with Don Natoli about a week ago, and he's very frustrated as well. That he's one person that represents our district, one of a body of people. I mean, it's not just up to him. He cares deeply about Galt. He's just as frustrated with the mandates and the irregular restrictions as we are. I spoke to Sue Frost as well. She's not even our district, but she's super frustrated with the whole thing. So if anything we can do, Lorenzo, for you to advocate on our behalf, we appreciate. We know it's a huge mountain to try to climb, and all this is coming from way above us. But anything you can do to fight for us, to fight for our community, is much appreciated by all of us and everybody in this community. Thank you, Lorenzo.
Okay. I will make it so.
Thank you. I'm moving to the next agenda item, I, communication. Tina, we don't have any communication, right?
No, I don't.
Thank you. Next agenda item, J. I would like to adjourn the Galt City Council meeting and reconvene to joint meeting of the Galt Successor Agency and Galt City Council. Tina, may I have a roll call, please?
Board Member Lozano,
Here.
Board Member Farmer,
Here.
Board Member Campion,
Campion, are you there?
You might have taken a quick break.
Tina,
Here, Lamson.
Board Member Sandhu.
here. Public comment.
Nothing on this item.
Rose, there is anybody on the?
I have nothing on this item as well.
Thank you. The next agenda item is information consent agenda. Subject minute of meeting, the June 2nd, 2020 meeting. Accept the minute as submitted. Do we have a motion to accept the consent calendar?
I'll make a motion to accept.
I'll second.
Okay, moved by Vice Mayor Lozano, second by Council Member Farmer. Tina, may I have a roll call vote, please?
Board Member Lozano,
Aye.
Board Member Farmer,
Aye.
Board Member Campion, Board Member Lamson,
Aye.
Board Member Sandu.
Aye. Motion passes with 4-0. Next agenda item J4, departmental. Subject, termination of settlement agreement between successor agency to the Galt Redevelopment Agency, the City of Galt, and Consumers Community Service District. Ms. Tyson or Ms. Hurd?
Good evening, Council. Thank you, Mayor. This item before you is the termination of a settlement agreement. This is between the three agencies, the city, the redevelopment agency, which is now the successor agency to the redevelopment agency, and the Consumnes Community Services District. The agreement was developed in 2008. The purpose of this agreement was to share redevelopment tax increment with CCSD. That had to do with some changes that were done to the general plan. And it was just basically a sharing of that portion of revenue that the redevelopment agency received. The calculation was based on what was called tax increment at the time. In 2012, the state eliminated the redevelopment agencies. But what they did was they set up a structure that allowed for the successor agencies. And the purpose of the successor agencies are to basically wind down all the activities of redevelopment. And to do that, the State Department of Finance considered all of the agreements or all of the instruments under these redevelopments and deemed certain ones to be what they call recognized obligations. This particular agreement is a recognized obligation. The state provided a property tax funding mechanism in place of what was there before. It's basically a trust fund that holds revenues specifically for these wind down activities. And so in 2013-14, the successor agency for the City of Galt worked with CCSD, and they came up with an agreement to continue the calculated payments based on this replacement funding mechanism it's called RPTTF. The Department of Finance looked at this as a recognized obligation and approved it for the city and for CCSD. However, in 2017, there was a court decision where the concept of tax increment was challenged. And I'm going to pronounce this wrong, Kimberly, but it's Kirka versus Cohen.
Coinka.
Thank you.
Coinka.
Thank you. And what that court decision said was in the dissolution law for redevelopment agencies, it basically eliminated tax increments. So the funding mechanism structurally changed. And because of that, any agreement that uses tax increment as its basis for the calculation, tax increment 0, the calculated result is 0. So last year, CCSD, Sacramento Auditor Controller's Office, and the city began discussions. We had numerous discussions about the agreement and how the calculation was made. And basically collectively, we recognize that the court decision results affect this agreement, and the payment then results in 0. So based on the new information, CCSD has recommended termination of the agreement, and the city concurs. For the CCSD, the way the calculation is done now to distribute property taxes, they believe that they would receive a proportionate amount directly from the county instead of from the successor agency for the city of Galt. So they believe that their net result would be evened out, if not better, because some of these recognized obligations, as you subtract them from the base, they then distribute out full allocation. For the successor agency for the city of Galt, this would have no fiscal impact because we receive revenue for this agreement and we spend it back out to CCSD. So the net result is really nothing. It's really a zero. It would eliminate some administrative staff time on both the CCSD and the city's successor agency. The only other thing on fiscal impact that I wanted to mention is that this elimination of this agreement, like it might improve CCSD's what they call residual payment, it might improve that payment to the city also, and that payment comes directly to the general fund. So there is a possibility of an improved revenue source from the elimination of this agreement. It just depends on how the county calculates that residual. So from that, I know that's a lot of information. I'm available to answer any questions on this, but we are requesting that the council terminate the settlement agreement and between the successor agency and CCSD and the city. Does anybody have any questions?
Thank you. Thank you. Council member, anybody have any comment, question?
Mr. Mayor, I just want to thank staff, even our former interim city manager, for taking this on, and finance, and everyone who's worked really hard to get this to where it is today. It didn't happen overnight. A lot of hard work went into it, and I think this is the best thing for both the city, Cosumnes Community Service District, and the successor agency. I think it's a good move.
Thank you. Any public comment, Tina?
No public comment.
Rose, anybody on?
No public comment on the attendee side.
Thank you. If the council member, any of have no comment, no question, then I think I would like to thank you for the staff to working hard, on this agenda item. I will now entertain a motion to approve the termination of 2008 settlement agreement with the Consumer Community Service District on behalf of both the City of Galt and successor agency to the former Galt Redevelopment Agency.
So moved.
Motion. Moved by Vice Mayor Lozano. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Council Member Campion. Tina, may I have a roll call vote, please?
Board Member Lozano,
Aye.
Board Member Farmer.
Aye.
Board Member Campion,
Aye.
Board Member Lamson,
Aye.
Board Member Sandu.
Aye. Motion passed with 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next agenda item K. I'm going to adjourn the joint meeting of Galt Successor Agency and Galt City Council and reconvene to the Galt City Council. All the council members present, right? I think. Thank you. Next agenda item is City Clerk Report. Miss Hubert.
Okay, so this recommendation is to appoint a city council member, voting delegate, and up to 2 alternates if desired at the League of California Cities Annual Conference, October 7th through October 9th, 2020, and receive the annual conference resolution packet and provide directions to the voting representative if so desired. The League of California Cities holds its annual conference on an annual basis. Due to the COVID-19, this year's conference will be held virtually, as mentioned, October 7th through the 9th. The annual business meeting will be held on Friday, October 9th at 11 a.m. At this meeting, the league membership considers and takes action on resolutions that establish league policy. This year's resolution amends Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act of 1996 to require social media companies to remove materials which promote criminal activities. The council can also choose to not appoint a voting delegate or appoint a voting delegate, but not the alternates. And again, provide direction to the voting representative if you so desire.
Tina, can I just say, I went last year with Lori, and Lori was the delegate. It's a very valuable event. And now that it's virtual, you guys don't even have to book hotel rooms. I really recommend, I'm a lame duck, but I recommend that some of you staying on the council would attend this. You learn a lot, and it's great to work with other cities. And then anybody that wants to go can be the delegate, I would think.
All right, thank you. Council Member Palmer.
Just checking the schedule. So you said it's the 7th through the 9th, but the actual meeting that we need to attend would be on the 9th at 11. I'm just trying to clarify when you say what would be the commitment on this.
So the schedule is the 7th through 9th, our normal meetings to attend, but the actual voting on the resolution is Friday, October 9th at 11 a.m.
So all the meetings, the voting delegate, I mean, I get that. I understand you'd want a voting delegate or whoever the representative is going to be to attend some of these meetings, but I mean, do you have any idea how long they are in each day? I mean, it's different when you're up there in your hotel. I get it, League of Cities. But if you're doing virtually, I'm just trying to understand the commitment time-wise of these meetings and when we'd have to be logged in to attend.
So Sean, I pulled it up on the website, and they start with general session at 9 o'clock, 8:30. They go till, some of them go till 7 o'clock on Wednesday, 6 o'clock on Thursday, and noon on Friday.
Okay. I mean, I could probably make the Friday meeting. I don't know. I have some work projects those days. It's kind of, the schedule's not confirmed, but it's kind of up in the air. I don't know if I could commit to being involved in something all 3 days. But I mean, I could definitely commit to doing the for sure meeting on the 9th and catch whatever ones I could on Wednesday, Thursday. I don't know how the council feels about that. I just feel bad I couldn't commit more than that.
Does anybody want to go the whole time?
I would.
Before, if all we have a scheduled problem, I will be the last one. So, Vice Mayor Lozano, what?
Yeah, SACOG is taking up a lot of time right now, and I mean that's, and I think that week where we are meeting, so I don't think I would be able to attend any of those 3 days, quite honestly. But I would love to if I didn't have this other commitment.
All right, Council Member Campion.
Like Paige, I think it'd be beneficial to the extent that one of the newer council members can attend. I've been to a number of these meetings, and I agree with her. It's very informative, and I do have some conflicts as well, though.
So Paige, for you to confirm again. So I understand there's different sessions, on different topics, right? So give me this. So on the 7th, it's from what to what?
Today's the 7th, Wednesday.
Yeah.
So actually the general session on Wednesday doesn't start until 11, and then they break out into Sacramento Valley division meetings, things like that. building virtual emergency operations. So that goes till 7 that night. So you could probably even skip the general session. Thursday, general session is from 9 to 11. And then the different breakouts start at 10:45 to 11:30. And that goes until, well, there's an awards reception. So that goes till 5 o'clock on Thursday night. And then Friday, it just starts at 8:30 and it goes till 12. The General Assembly, the meeting's at noon, I think.
Well, like I said, I mean, that's a pretty broad, I mean, I could catch, I understand that some of them are going to be, done virtually. You're pretty much just going to be logged on, listening most of the time and not really interacting. I don't think a whole lot on some of those. It's more like a class or a session or unless you had questions. But like I said, I would be willing to do it but I can't promise how much I could get in. I could try to catch, maybe a good portion one day and maybe one the next. But I mean, I definitely would commit to, of course, the voting meeting. That is, I guess, at 11 on Friday. So, I mean, I just, if the council's okay with, us making whatever I could, then like I said, I would take on the responsibility. But otherwise, that's all I can offer.
There's a really good meeting with the Sacramento division, which might be great to meet with them. Anyway, Paul, are you free? There is some mayor meetings too.
I was, Mr. Farmer, I believe if, we can make you and me alternate, and then I'll be available all 3 days. If you want to join anything, I think we can alternate, right?
So Mr. Mayor, are you suggesting that maybe you and I get together and decide which ones you want to participate and which ones I can, and we do it like that, and then one of us is the primary that would be at the voting meeting? Is that what you're suggesting?
Yeah, I'm telling you, what happened is somebody have to have the delegation. If you are busy, I can take over, I believe in. If I'm busy, that's why we can choose one of the alternate.
Okay, I'm okay with that.
I'm open for the schedule. I don't have problem 3 days, but if you want it, I don't have problem either. So
it's up to you. I mean, if you want to do the whole thing, I mean, you're the mayor. If you want to do it, I would understand that I would relinquish that, right to you as for your position. But I'm just trying to be helpful. But I can't commit to. It would be intermittent.
Let's go. If everybody agree, you will be the delegate, then I will be alternate. If something you have an emergency, then I take.
Okay, I mean, you still want to get together with me and see if you want to make a couple of the other meetings, or you just want me to?
There's like 5 breakout sessions going at once. You guys can just pick what interests you.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So I'll look over the schedule. Tina, if you could, send me that schedule and stuff and whatever links I need to log in and criteria, login information or whatever, and then I'll review it and figure out what I can make and then do that. So.
Okay, so you guys will work out your schedule, but the first voting delegate is Councilmember Farmer, and then this alternate is Mayor Sandu?
Yes.
Okay. So, and then we would need a motion.
So moved.
Motion by Vice Mayor Lozano.
Yeah, sure.
Anybody second? Second by Councilmember Farmer. Tina, may I have a vote, please?
I'm sorry, didn't Councilmember Farmer do the first?
It's fine. Lozano motion.
Okay. Okay, Vice Mayor Lozano.
Aye.
Councilmember Farmer.
Aye.
Councilmember Campion.
Aye.
Councilmember Lamson.
Aye.
Mayor Sandu.
Aye. Motion passes by 5-0. Then we have to motion on the alternate, or we already done both, right?
Yes, both we're finished.
Thank you. So next agenda item is comment by staff. Now I would like to ask Mr. Hines take care of this part.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just, before I pass it on to the individual staff, I wanted to just let you know that I was inducted, or let you and the rest of the council know that I was inducted to the board of directors for the Greater Sacramento Economic Council this past week. So hopefully that'll give us as a city the insight as to the economic trends going on in the region. So I'm looking forward to serving on the board of directors. I've also met with a couple of council advisory committees, the Measure R committee and the Youth Commission. And so I'll be following up with those commissions to ask some very specific questions about their feelings about Galt's past and our future. I'd like to publicly thank Bonnie Rodriguez, the managing editor of the Galt Herald, and Janice Barzetti, the owner of Barzetti Vineyards, for spending time with me over the last couple of weeks, giving me a little history lesson on Galt and helping indoctrinate the new guy into understanding Galt's history and culture. And so I really appreciate that. And I thank those two ladies for helping me out here. And I look forward to meeting with them again. I also met with the Galt Police Officers Association, the leadership of the Police Officers Association, and that was a very good meeting and a very productive meeting as well. So I think I'm off to a good start in meeting folks, and I appreciate the council recommending the folks that I should get out and meet, and I really appreciate that. And so I'm going to now pass it on to the staff, and let's start with Chief Sockman.
Thank you, Lorenzo, Mayor and City Council members. A couple things I want to just give you an update on. So recently we've had some fires that were in Northern California, and I'm proud to say that our officers responded to a number of those and performed admirably in those situations. Without hesitation, they're volunteering to go out and support the firefighters, help with the evacuations and the prevent looting in those areas. So I'm very, very proud of them for that. And secondarily, our officers responded to both Sacramento and to Lodi for their protests, some potentially riotous situations down in San Joaquin County. And so they were a great help for that. And again, without hesitation, they volunteered and provided that service to them. So I just wanted to thank our staff for that. It's an honor to work with them, and they've performed admirably under these circumstances. So that's it from the police department.
Very good. Let's go with Stephanie. Is she?
Yes, I'm online. Sorry,
Okay.
I've had some IT issues this evening.
Understood.
Yeah. No updates for me tonight. Thank you.
Very good. Armando.
Yes, sir. We have, we're extending our hours of testing for COVID at the Cibola Center starting this Thursday. We're opening up half of our registrations to our county and school teachers, county workers and school teachers. So that starts this Thursday. We're open from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. and you can make your appointments online. That's it.
Very good. Very good. Claire Tyson, our finance director.
I want to thank council for their vote on the dissolution of the agreement. I also want to thank Kimberly for your attorney for all the hard work she did on this effort. And that's all I have for tonight.
Very good. Let's go to our economic development manager, Amy Mendez.
Good evening. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
I've been having all kinds of issues. I've been kicked off of Zoom. My speaker wasn't working, and so I've hopefully can get through this okay. Just wanted to update everybody on the Eat, Drink, Support Local campaign that we've been working on. I've met with the chamber recently, and we've been kind of talking through the campaign and how this is going to work kind of moving into the future. So we'll be launching this campaign probably within the next week or so. We've started with the logo that was developed, and so that's on the front page of the city website right now. We also have it as a banner on the Facebook page. And the focus here really is just making sure that residents understand the importance of supporting our local restaurants and drinking establishments right now, and just local business in general. We're really, starting to see that our businesses are taking a hit because of this pandemic and the restrictions that have been placed on them by the state. And, we don't know when the end is of this. And so really we're wanting to draw attention to the importance of supporting our local businesses. So we've developed these logos that Lorenzo has kindly put up on the screen here, working with Express Typing Graphics. And so these logos will be sort of the basis for the campaign. It's the Eat, Drink, Support Local campaign. And the tagline is, it takes a community. So I am finalizing a webpage right now dedicated to the campaign, which really focuses on the importance of supporting our local eating and drinking establishments during the COVID-19 pandemic and just supporting local business in general. The webpage will include links to each of the eating and drinking establishments in Galt, whether it be their Yelp page, Facebook webpage, whatever we can do to connect folks to menus, phone numbers, websites, just to make sure that they're aware of what we have available in the community for takeout, for delivery, who has outdoor dining. We'll have links to respective DoorDash, Uber Eats, and Grubhub takeout locations so that they can easily access for takeout or delivery. The webpage is also going to highlight the establishments that are offering free delivery. So there's a couple of restaurants and drinking establishments in Galt that are offering free delivery with a minimum purchase. And so we want to try and highlight some of those businesses. I'll be drafting a press release that we'll send out. And we're going to start highlighting some of these individual eating and drinking establishments on our Facebook page each week, just to bring attention to what they offer, who they are, putting a face really to a name of the restaurant or drinking establishment, trying to create a connection with the community. The campaign is featured on the front page of our city newsletter that's going to be going out at the end of September. We've ordered stickers of the round logo that'll be distributed with all of the to-go orders and passed out at our eating and drinking establishments locally. We've engaged with the restaurants and drinking establishments within the community in the Old Town area to kind of brainstorm other things that we could do. We have window decals that we're going to be, we've ordered already. That's the rectangular logo that's there. We'll be having those distributed to the restaurants so that they can place those in their windows. We've had a suggestion from one of the local restaurants to have a banner placed similar to what was done for the Sesquicentennial. So we're looking into pricing of a banner highlighting the campaign. We've also had suggestions of putting together sort of a merchant association or business association, bringing the restaurant and local businesses together to kind of talk about other things that we can do collectively to really draw attention to the importance right now of supporting our local businesses, just because, this pandemic has gone on for months now, and with the numbers in Sacramento County, they're getting better. I think it's just a matter of time before we can get to that tier 2. But, today, Dr. Galley with the state spoke, and, San Diego County is now looking to possibly go back to tier 1. So going backwards. So, these are things that I think we're going to have to prepare for. And with the weather changing, it's probably not going to be, springtime weather anytime soon. So I think that the colder it gets, the more we're going to have to focus on this. So this has sort of been where our attention has been, and some of the things that we're going to be pushing with the campaign and working with the chamber, kind of getting the word out. So just wanted to update everybody on that. And then Lorenzo had mentioned Greater Sac, and Greater Sacramento has actually been pushing some information out lately in regards to housing and the Sacramento region in particular. And so I think it's a topic, that's somewhat debated in Galt, and what's going to happen with growth and how we grow. And one thing is for sure, and that is that Sacramento is really on the radar for Bay Area folks. And with the pandemic and a lot of folks who are now working from home and businesses that are actually just not even renewing leases in the Bay Area because they have so many people who are telecommuting now, you're starting to see a really large exodus of people out of the Bay Area. And Redfin just published an article basically highlighting that Sacramento and the Sacramento region was the most popular migration destination in the month of July. And folks are trying to get out of the overly priced Bay Area, and the Sacramento region is an attractive, area. And so I think that Galt is going to start to see an influx of people interested in this area. And so, families are looking for good schools and low crime and available housing and affordable housing. And that really is sort of our prime, target, I think, in Galt. And so there was an article in Redfin, there was an article in CNBC really highlighting the Sacramento region and the attributes that it has for some of these individuals who are looking to get out of the Bay Area and other large cities. And so I think that housing is going to be a topic of discussion that's going to be ongoing for several years. I think this is going to change the face really of the way that people are working. So that was just one thing I wanted to highlight for everybody. And then also just lastly, the Fairway Oaks project was approved, and Kimberly, our city attorney, has been working with Tina in the clerk's office. We are getting ready to close on the 5.7 acre city property that we are selling to Arcadia. So that should close within the next couple of days. And that purchase price, I think, was around $356,000. So that will be forwarded over to the finance department, and that is going back into Fund 6. So we did have some success with that project. So, and that's it. That concludes my comments for this evening.
So we have some good news for you this evening as well. But I wanted to second what Amy said about the Bay Area exodus. Having recently been caught in the wave coming over here to the Sacramento Valley region, the housing stock, the rental stocks, it's really tight. And there'll be an article published about myself tomorrow or sometime soon in the Galt Herald. And one of the questions I had was, are you living in Galt? And I had to respond and say that due to the housing stock here and the popularity, there was nothing available here in Galt. So we see it in Galt. We see it in our neighbors to the north and the south. So there is a Bay Area exodus going on, and it is pretty intense right now. Let's go with Public Works Director Mike Selling.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I don't have any updates tonight. Thank you.
Just wanted to commend Mike and his team on addressing the water main break that happened at Amador and Industrial. Is that where it was, Mike? So we had thank you, sir. And we had a third-party contractor. I think they were laying fiber optics, and they smashed into one of our water mains. And so Mike and his team had to sort of get into action real quickly and cap off that main and work with the contractor to get things repaired. So thank you, Mike. And I know we've heard a lot from Mr. Hoffman already tonight, but let's go back to him and see if there's anything further from him.
You're not going to yank the mic. I'd like to thank the council for the last 2 months. You've been dealing with some large, long-range, complicated planning projects, and thank you for your time and patience. It's not easy. It takes a lot of review, and I do appreciate that. And I just offer that we are trying to provide you the information you need to make a decision, whatever that decision is. And, you know, if there's ever a time in which you say we can do something differently, please let us know. But, you know, we're your staff and we want to make sure that you're comfortable in the decisions you make. So thank you so much.
And I can tell all the members of the council that our approach to providing information about these land use issues will change a little bit in the coming months, and we'll reveal that to you as we're ready and as the information is ready. But I think you'll all be pleased with the changes we're going to make. Let's go with City Attorney Hood.
Thank you. I don't have any further updates actually this evening.
Very good. City Clerk Hubert, any, I know you didn't have anything earlier, anything else?
Nothing further, thank you.
Okay. Rose, how about you?
I have nothing for tonight. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, that concludes the staff comments.
Thank you, Mr. Hines. Next agenda item, comment by City Council. Vice Mayor Lozano.
Yes, I'll be brief, although I do have a few items. First of all, I want to thank Kimberly Hood. I forgot to mention her earlier when we were talking about the termination of the settlement agreement related to the successor agency in RDA. I know she spent a lot of time on the telephone with me, kind of walking me through that whole complex process. And so, Kimberly, thank you for your work on that and your diligence in working with the other agency. So appreciate that. You know, when Miss Mendez was speaking about, you know, folks leaving the Bay Area and coming up north, you know, part of my life was spent in a community that was the receiver of many people coming to the community in a big boom and in housing. And one of the things that wasn't done correctly was a balance of housing with, you know, commercial development, whether it be construction and or business development. And so I would say, at least opinion of 1 of 5, I would say that the most we could do, or the best that we can attract those businesses, those even home-based businesses that are going to bring revenue into the city. I say we do that. We have a industrial area that we could still develop, you know, to a greater extent. And so I would just encourage both economic development and whoever else is pitching in on that to really try to entice those businesses here to see what we can do to balance this out a little bit. And then I just wanted to talk a little bit. Councilmember Lamson earlier mentioned the Cosumnes CSD meeting that we went to a couple of weeks ago. I guess it was Wednesday, 2 Wednesdays ago. And it was really cool. They did a tribute to the firefighters and for Firefighter Appreciation Month. And so I think if you go on the CSD website, there's probably something on there regarding that, a video. I know they were doing interviews of people, but also if we could put something up, if we haven't already, on our city website acknowledging that, that would be great. They've been great partners with us and provide a wonderful service for our community. Lastly, I just want to make the council aware that I have spoken again, well, for the first time, but a subject that's popped up a second time with Mr. Hines the other day regarding the railroad issues and the continued complaints that we're getting from the community members. And I think that although very distracting, and I heard my colleagues talk about the mainline railroad and how often that runs through town, but you know, certainly out here, out east, where we're not used to that. And, you know, we're used to the train coming through once a week on a Sunday morning and Sunday afternoon, is now coming through Monday, Wednesday, Friday, beginning at anywhere from 10:30 to 11 o'clock at night, and then coming back through town at 4 in the morning. We are seeing a lot more activity. And so I've asked Mr. Hines to take another stab at that. I know Mr. Selling made a few phone calls a few months back to the railroad and kind of got some information, but whatever we can do to help our citizenry out and as it relates to the train. And I will say this, I'm not a very light sleeper, and I think I mentioned this before, but I have been awakened several times by it, and it's very frustrating. So that's all I have. Thank you all, the citizens, for coming out and your public comments, greatly appreciated. And that's all I have for tonight.
Council Member Campion.
Yes, I have. I have nothing, and my battery is about shot, so I may just click off.
Council Member Lamson.
Yeah, reiterate what Vice Mayor Lozano said. And it's very sad that we can't go out to eat after this council meeting, because I would like to wish a very happy birthday to the mayor's wife, Amy Sandu.
Thank you. I can say thank you. She's almost asleep.
We usually go out and celebrate with her, but not tonight. Too late. Thank you.
Council Member Farmer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just want to touch quickly on something not as fun to talk about, but I just want to say to the community real quick about, there's been a lot of talk, emails, phone calls, texts, people in person, social media, about the landscaping and the grass and everything and the cutting. And I just want to let you know that, Director Solis and our city manager and I and other council members, I'm sure, are aware of what's going on. We've been having many conversations. Lorenzo and I have had probably 2 or 3 phone calls about this. I spoke to Mr. Solis yesterday, about the schedule, and it's just, we're working on it. We have, hopefully, I can't really say too much about it right now, but we have a couple ideas of some things that the city manager is going to be announcing soon, hopefully, to get some community involvement on some things. And so I'm looking forward to all that. I appreciate everybody's patience on it. And it's a multifaceted solution, not just one thing that's going to ultimately be, but hopefully with Lorenzo, because he's got such a fabulous financial background, I'm really, really leaning on him hard to come up with a solution for this long term. So so that's enough of that. I want to, say thank you, Lorenzo, though, for your meeting with the community. I appreciate you meeting with all the different stakeholders and group organizations. I've heard very positive things from those that you've met with, and you just wanting to assimilate yourself into the community is very much appreciated. That's what we hoped you would do, and when we hired you, and you haven't disappointed so far. So thank you for that. Also, to for those of you who don't know, one of our former mayors, Barbara Payne, who served 12 years as a council member and a mayor, which is just outstanding public service, has recently going to be moving out of the area, going back to Texas, where she's originally from. So sad to see her go. She's been such a catalyst in the community, even off the council with the beautification committee and as just a public figure, really. And she's leaving, so we want to wish her well in her move, and we're all going to miss her. Also, I want to thank Travis at Concrete North for his contribution for a small community project that's been trying to wrap up. His crew was out helping today with something. We really appreciate your help, Travis. Thank you for being so generous to the community on that. And then last, also to the mayor's wife, happy birthday to Amy, if you're still up. Also, today was my dad's birthday, so it was a good day. So hopefully you enjoy your birthday, and that's it for me tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Farmer. First of all, I would like to thank you, all of the staff, city manager, working hard during the COVID-19. It's not easy. When you go, you have to, maybe 10 times you have to wash your hand. You have to wear a mask. It's not easy. Thank you for all the staff, everybody working hard. And also thank you for the council member. We work together. And I also like to thank you for all the public who came there to give us a public comment. Each kind of feedback. They give us some kind of thing is what they would like to feel, and then we can act as a right way. And we are going through some really tough times right now. Along with COVID, we now have several fires burning in our state. I want to say thank you to all of the firefighters and first responders working in these conditions to keep us safe. Air quality is not that great. Everyone stay safe. Thank you. And keep in social distance. Thank you, everyone. Have a good night. If nobody have any question, then I would like to adjourn the meeting.
Good night.
Thank you for adjourn the meeting. Thank you. See you.